All right, so indeed, we are actually recapping episodes 4, 5, and 6 this time. Just doing more of a table talk since these sessions have already been recorded. So if anyone would like to check them out, feel free to go right on ahead with the playlist that I've got right here. And of course, I am joined by Reitersul, our DM.
Oh, she sent me a
as well as.
Keep going. Sorry.
Yes, hello. Hello, Mr. DM. And over here, we have MusicSquid, who's playing as Seth.
Squad is in the house.
Squad, yes.
The squad is in the house.
Squad, no.
All right, so episode 4. Yeah, so this episode was basically picking up right after we took care of those bandit archers that were in the house. Just discovered that they had actually infiltrated Hradenfar for some reason. And much of this was just Steph talking to the guards and trying to get them to at least be less suspicious of us. I know that, what was it, Squid? You said that was one of the reasons why you really wanted to save that one guard who almost died.
Yeah.
It was
basically. I think like my big thing there is we were already kind of like on the captain's like list at that point because we were already suspicious, and Seth is a very cautious individual when he chooses to be. When I choose to make him cautious, and and I think at that moment Seth was treating basically everything that we did in town was like a resource, right? Like that could be potentially in our favor. Every good deed we performed, every person we talked to is something that could help us one way or another. And that this is kind of me like approaching it as a gamer, where I was looking at every person as like, all right, we need to utilize each of these as somebody or something that can help us sort of like sway the mayor to our side. That's very much how Steph would like thinks. He's very pragmatic when it specifically comes to people. Like other long-term plans, and like, you know, he's a very like seat of his pants, like kind of like emotion driven guy, but when it comes to like people, that's I think what I try to get across with him is that he tries to be as pragmatic as possible in how he can use them. And so yeah, the second, and it's a little cutthroat, but yeah, it's kind of the intent too, where it's like the second he sees a guard and we're in a combat situation, which is what, you know, was happening at the end of 3, Seth's like, oh, okay, good. This is now an asset that we can use.
Which but you know, it works. It worked out for us in the end because the main guard, I forgot what rank he actually was, but yeah, the main guard actually kind of followed your lead whenever you took him to where Grant's dead body was to investigate it and see what the heck even happened and stuff. From what I saw from what I got from the VOD was that at least on Grant, there was a bag of gold and there was a piece of paper on him. It seemed like I think it was a formal document of some sort. Would you guys like to explain what that document was?
It had something to do with Dayston, but that's probably irrelevant. I don't think Dayston's ever going to come up, so. No, it was the writ of passage for entrance into and out of Dayston, which at the time I was like, oh, that's interesting, because I personally, like, I didn't know how much Ryder had actually, like, planned for that to be, like, an important thing, or if it was just, like, a tiny little character thing for Grant to have, or if that was,
I'll be completely honest. It was, like, I'll be completely, if I don't know how, I don't know how much this is giving away too much, or if maybe I shouldn't let this out yet, but if Dayston feels rushed, that's because it kind of is.
Were we not supposed to go to Dayston?
No. I don't want to imply that like I was trying to get you guys to go somewhere else. But when you found that essentially a passport on Grant that was both a kind of, let me make sure I'm using this right. Okay, yeah. Essentially an official seal, both indicating that he was of like high status and was allowed in and out of Dayston. I was still constructing kind of the actual inner workings of Dayston. And we can attest that there were a lot of questions sent back and forth after that moment. When Dayston I was like, oh, it's soon to be on the horizon now. And then it does seem like Dayston wasn't really the only choice to go to, though, wasn't it? After the whole well, that's a later thing. But
we can definitely. I think at the moment that I got the note, for me personally, I was just sort of like, oh, cool. This is something I can put in my back pocket, like literally and figuratively, and we can hold on to it. And if we need to go here, I can utilize this. Because at this time as well, the cat was not yet out of the bag that Seth was a changeling. So my immediate thought, playing a changeling, I was just like, oh, sick. If we need to get into Dayston, I can do my cool thing that my character race is good at, so that'll be fun. That was my main thought. I got the note and I was like, sick. This will probably come up in like, I don't know, a couple of months. It did not. It came up much sooner. But I was like, all right, cool. That's exciting. So I was pretty excited about the note just because it meant that like, oh, okay, like it felt like we were seeding something for the future, but not necessarily that we would immediately be going there. But of course, at the time, I didn't know that we would have like very many options in the near future. Because at the time, I was like, all right, cool. We're probably just gonna, dick around Roddenvar for a little bit longer. But we'll like Ryder said, we'll get to that.
Yeah, it was at this moment where I thought that, oh, wait. Something for me? Oh my god, I know Dayston. Wait.
My backstory.
Yeah, and of course Evetta was just hanging out outside of the house waiting on Dag and Zara. Because she asked them if any of the doors were booby-trapped. They were going to go investigate that, but she didn't get a response back. And so she's just standing there, just like, lollygagging, whatever it is. And
dilly-dallying,
dilly-dallying. I should use the proper term here. But she would hear the guards suddenly say, Dayston. And she's just like, what? Dayston? What?
No, that was really fun for me. Like both as a character and a player, because you immediately were like, does Evetta hear that? And at the time, I didn't know that Dayston had anything to do with Avetta's backstory.
Exactly.
And up until that point, you had been playing her like pretty reserved and pretty quietly. So this is like the first real instance of Evetta like just like completely injecting herself into a scene, and I was very here for it because it was very amusing for me to watch you just like, how do I weasel my character into this scene as quickly as possible?
Yeah, exactly.
So that was I personally found that very amusing, and I know that like Seth did as well, because it's like both you the player and you Evetta the character coming out of your shell a little bit. And I found that very, very amusing.
Yeah, definitely, because this was still around the time where I was still trying to get used to D&D's format, and I just was not confident in my role-playing at all, because I really didn't know what to do. I wasn't sure what I should be doing.
The hardest part of the game, so
is,
you're good.
Honestly,
yeah.
it is the hardest part, but lots of fun, but yeah. So anyway, so the guard actually lets Seth take the bag of gold, because that was presumably the reward that Grant was supposed to give us after we had found his daughter. And we did find his daughter. It's just, she did not want to come back.
Yeah, I believe my exact words were something along the lines of like, that's technically mine.
Yeah. That was great. That was good. Now, I did notice that, back in that session, I actually didn't notice how much you were actually retaining for Seth. How much gold? I'm sorry. How much gold you were retaining for Seth? Because I realized that. Oh yeah, it doesn't divide evenly. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah, this is something I had done a couple of times up to this point. I think it was like the second or third time or something. It's like we don't like encounter very much gold, but it's something that I thought would be an interesting character trait for Seth to have. Is that whenever he hands gold out, he doesn't say anything about it. Like he's just very confident and just like very chill. But he always retains more gold for himself than he gives out to the rest of the party.
And it's
like
I found so funny.
Which like, and he'll never say how much gold we got. It's just everybody, the other 3 party members all get an even amount, and then he doesn't tell them what the total amount was.
Yeah,
He's just like,
I did notice that because I looked back and it's like it was 50 gold. It was 50 gold.
Yep.
Oh. But that was great.
Like,
that was great.
I never give him. I'm never just like, all right, sorry guys, we only got like this much gold. It's like here's, I gave them each 10 and Seth kept 20. But no, you gotta take a little off the top. Look, Steph's got in his mind, Steph's got a revolution to fund, and that 20 gold ended up coming in handy. If we want to flash forward to the second most recent session where I took 20 gold and threw it at the tiefling in the half.
Oh, that's true.
That's right.
That's true.
Seth keeps more money because I feel
that was foreshadowed because he's got a lot of money to throw at people's faces. Clearly.
Yes.
But that's why.
That's why Seth retains more money, is because in his mind, Seth's like, I'm gonna need this to like smooth talk or bribe or be the responsible one. Because Seth, even this early, is already piecing together that he's the group dad.
Yes. Essentially.
Yeah, so at this point, he's already like, all right, I am going to take a bigger cut, not just because I personally want it, but because I'm probably going to need it more than they are.
Yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate that you did catch that, because I was having fun just like, just skimming a little off the top. Like the first couple of times, nobody said anything. I was like, all right, cool. Here we go.
It was so early, and in our campaign that 10 gold was a lot for us.
Yeah.
So,
That's like I said, like I wasn't ever
celebrated.
be like, everybody gets 5 gold, Seth keeps like 500. Like I was never gonna be a dick about it. It was always going to be just a little bit. He just keeps a little bit more just to have it like slightly in his favor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is great. I like that. But yeah, so right after that, Zara does actually discover that one of the doors were booby-trapped, and she actually makes the effort to try to disarm it. However, she's not proficient in it at all. She doesn't have any thieves' tools. She didn't have anything that would help in disarming it, period. So she set it off by accident. And what happened was she sustained a good amount of damage to her by trying to block it with her arm, because it was an axe that was tied to the door.
Yeah, the axe came down and just hit her like right in the shoulder, I think.
Oh my god. I loved her reaction to it, because she was just like, ow. Just like, that's it? this giant axe just comes down onto your arm, leaves a mark. Ow.
Hey man, paladins are built different, all right?
Okay. All right, that's fair. Let's see. So yeah, the guards were actually making their way to that same house, trying to get in and stuff. But I think this was also the point where Evetta doesn't actually know which door was booby-trapped. So the door that she kind of led them to, she didn't know if there was like anything wrong with the door itself. So she was going to try to lockpick it and fiddle around with it to see if it was trapped. But the guard actually kind of politely pushed her to the side and just tried to manhandle the door himself. Found out, oh, okay, it actually wasn't the door that was booby-trapped. It was a bunch of furniture and stuff. So that got cleared away. Guards made it in. they escorted the other civilian that Zara had actually healed a bit because they were on the brink of death. And so all the hostages were basically saved for the most part, except for one. One did not survive. And this particular guard, I forgot his name, Bernald, I didn't catch his name, but I wasn't sure if he had any significance, but he was the one who actually gave us permission to continue with the investigation. Mm-hmm. Because beforehand, the guards were actually trying to keep us out of it.
Yeah.
But I don't remember what we did. I don't know if it was Seth who convinced him or something like that. Or if it was the fact that all of us looked like, trained adventurers or something.
Yeah, I think it's the fact
adventurers.
I think it's the fact that we just, we handled ourselves pretty admirably. Like, we took care of all of the guards here. And there were still some of the, bandits, had gotten away at this point. On the inside of the second house, Dag and Zara had discovered that there was a trapdoor, and a bunch of the assailants had fled through that. And so, I mean, Ryder can speak more to this, but it felt in the heat of I need to make a decision, we need to pursue these guys. Bernal was like, all right, you know what? I'm deputizing all four of you. You're clearly competent enough to deal with these guys. Go after them. And we were like, all right.
Yeah, we just kind of rolled with it. Yeah. Mostly because we didn't really have anything better to do at the time. And, and at that Grant's point, dead, so we want to figure out what happened.
Yeah, there was an amount of intrigue there because ostensibly Grant is the whole reason that we found out about this big overarching plot. So it's a little conspiracy theory that we find out about this thing. We were discovered at the scene of this really pivotal moment that implicates a lot of political factions, and then we get back and the guy who more or less allowed us to be tipped off to this ends up dead. So there's an air of intrigue there. And so I think at that moment that's when Seth himself was just all right, well, we need to I need to look into this. There's something much bigger going on here. This is not just some run-of-the-mill banditry or something like that. This man was silenced and we're implicated in his death. I think there is definitely we'll get more to this when Liliana comes up in a little bit. But at this moment, I think Seth is feeling responsible for Grant's death in a way, because if we hadn't gone there and seen her and gotten ourselves caught, then they might not have even known that Grant was in this town. And so I think there's definitely just a bit where it's in Seth's mind, Grant is just yet another victim to these really shitty political machinations that are just sort of rampant in the world. And so that's Seth's sort of onus to be all right, we need to do something about this, we need to figure it out. Also, Ranfar is my home, and we have we'll find out soon, we have just entire leagues of bandits running around the sewer system, so that's not great.
Basically, yeah. Ryder, did you have anything to add about this?
No.
This part? Okay. So yeah, the team does go through the trapdoor that they found, and it's this tunnel. What was it? Did it look like it was excavated out? Because it was actually connected to another part. It was actually connected to a prison block underneath the city. But I couldn't remember if anyone asked if it was some kind of excavated part, or if it was actually a part of the city itself. Or
I don't remember anyone asking what it actually looked like, inspecting the details, but it more or less looked like a tunnel that led into the prison.
My thinking was these bandits had shown up, snuck into these people's houses, kept them prisoner, because one of the things we discovered sort of looking at the civilians was that they had been captive for, it seemed at least a week, if not longer. And so my thinking was they chose these houses specifically because they were the ones that were closest to the prison block that they'd be able to use as an ingress into it. Not that these people happen to have a tunnel in their basement into the into the prison system.
Yeah, I
but that
figured.
they had staked out these specific buildings as being the ones that would be the most like useful in whatever their plan was, and that Grant had just gotten like unlucky enough to like be around there at the same time as well, or that maybe he was onto them at that point. I don't know. Grant's final moments could have been any number of things.
Yeah, because I think what the bandits meant to hide the body, but they didn't have time.
Yeah, we'd like just gotten there, I think.
Yeah, so not sure if it was an accident that Grant just happened to be there, or if Grant actually was onto them, discovering where they were, stuff. But yeah, so anyway, team goes down. We are exploring through the darkness of this prison block. Evetta's got her little Sam Fisher goggles on, and of course, Dad with his dwarven vision, he didn't need it at all. So I think it was like Evetta kind of sort of leading-ish, with Zara acting as the bodyguard. And we find these men who are just knocked out on the floor. And when we inspected them, they were actually guards. So we were finding numerous, like a few guards, just like lying down on the job. Some of them were actually missing gear as well. And as soon as Ryder revealed that there were prison cells that they were situated in front of, we kind of got the impression that the bandits have probably infiltrated the guard force or something, and that there may not be like, we don't even know if Bernald was actually a true guard either. But that would have been strange if he wasn't a true guard. Is he well, okay. It could be that he was actually leading us in the wrong direction. Yeah. In some way. Leading us astray. So that they could continue executing their other plans in like assassinating Remington.
I think it's best to just assume that the second Seth meets anyone or learns anything new about someone, that he just becomes more suspicious about them for some reason. So I think the second we find out that guards are being impersonated, Seth's like, oh, they're all in on it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I did not consider that at all.
Oh.
When that was not even in the realm, that was like not even in like my brain space. Until like you had brought that up, that like, oh, they could have been, they might have infiltrated the guards. What if the guard we just talked to was a bandit? And I was like, oh, that's a good idea. I was like, oh, you know what? I should do that actually.
Dang, what you did! And it's like, oh, how dare you! Yeah,
I think that's just Seth's paranoia and also my own personal innate distrust of authority coming through, which is definitely like, you know, why Seth is the way he is, because he's playing on like, you know, how I feel.
Yeah.
And so the second I'm like, oh, the guards are, oh yeah, they're all just evil. You don't need to try very hard to convince Seth like ACAB. Like that's just like I think he just jumps to that like immediately. He's like, yeah, no, of course. just like reaffirms suspicions that he probably already had. He's like, all right.
Oh. Meanwhile, Evetta is just wide-eyed because she's never heard of this sort of thing happening before. Because, you know.
Oh my God, the guards are bad people. Seth's like, I knew it.
Well, okay, more like, oh no, the bandits are impersonating the guards. Oh my! But you know. But yeah.
That's funny. So yeah, we run through the sewers. At some point, I think we come across the like weird like smoky fog like magical effect thing, and I think at that point that's when I the player realized what is happening, and by proxy Seth was like, oh, I know magic, that's the sleep spell. I think at this point we're like level 2 or 3. I'm like, if we get caught in that, we're fucked.
Yeah. I think it was noted that it was a unique way of casting sleep as well. So it was not the conventional way of casting it.
Yeah, because they were using some sort of like it was magical. Obviously, it's producing the effect of the sleep spell, but it was like some sort of apparatus that was doing it, right, Ryder? Like they were using some sort of like device. Okay.
Hmm.
I think unless
Which we didn't
touch
discover
on
that
this
until later.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
But just like because the effect in essence was the spell, Seth was like, oh, I know what that is. That's on my spell list. I understand the sleep spell. That makes sense why these guys are all knocked out. We need to not go near that.
Yeah.
Because sleep is one of those spells that like it drops off pretty steeply. As like you level up, like I think like right around like level like 5-6 is when it becomes more or less like not very useful, because it gets to a point where you can only really like hit one person with it just because of how the spell works.
Yeah, because it's like based on hit points, right?
Yeah, it's based on hit points, and it starts at like the lowest, the creature with the lowest number of hit points.
Yeah.
And you can't sculpt it in any way. Like it looks at the AoE and it looks at the hit point, like the total that you rolled on the die, and then it just begins going from creature to creature, checking their hit point total. And if it reaches that, they're unconscious, and it deducts it from whatever like the roll was essentially. So early level, it's incredibly powerful because you're looking at like between levels like 1 to 3, your like hit points can go up to like 20 to 30 basically, which a sleep spell can hit like a tank at that point. But like level 1 and level 1 and 2, you can knock like an entire party of adventurers out. if you high roll it, which is why like looking at how many guards were knocked unconscious, it's like, oh, okay, this is also clearly like not a spell slot thing, because there are a lot of guards and the AoE isn't that big. So if they're going from room to room, they either have an impossibly high number of mages with them or they have to be doing like using something to produce the sleep effect, because we'd seen like a dozen guards, I think, in the span of like 200 feet of this prison complex, and they were all unconscious. And so it's just like, oh wow, like this is the real deal. We need to not get caught in this.
Basically. Yeah. So yeah, we tried our best to avoid that fog. And at the other end of the hallway, we did hear some other people. And one line that stuck out was that we're waiting for those wizards to put the rest of the block to sleep.
Yeah.
So that was assumed that, those are probably the bandits we need to be going for. And so we make our way over there. One of them, I think, heard us. I don't know if we stepped on some rock or whatever it was, but one of them heard us. So they went to investigate, and all of us wailed on him to knock him out. Like, Zara actually, like, I think she used the flat side of her blade to bump him on the head. And then Evetta like fired a non-lethal shot. It was really loud gunshot, but she tried not to kill him. But he was still alive. Dag didn't get to do anything. Yeah, Dag didn't get to do anything. So Seth, being amazing as he is, just walks up to the guy and bunks him with like his book or something.
I think it's because if I remember correctly, we were like trying to be kind of stealthy because it's 2 guards at like the end of this long corridor. Like we had been walking for like 200 feet or something, just in a straight line down this prison corridor, and we knew that there is we knew that there is like a larger group of people down the hallway that we were like approaching basically, and there were 2 guards. One of them was the one that we were like roughing up, and then the other one. No, there's one that we killed, and then there was the second one of the 2, I believe. And this was the one that had like barely any HP left on him. I think like meta-wise, I think Ryder had said that he only has like 1 hit point left. Or something.
Yeah, like that's why bonking him with the head worked. He actually had only 1 hit point left.
Which I did only 1 point of damage to him because Seth has a 0 modifier, and I literally just rolled to hit. So I just do a single point of damage. Bonk. Because at this point, I only had I only had one spell slot left, I think, at this point. I'm pretty sure. And so I was saving it. Like, I didn't want to, like, go crazy. And, like, I could have cantripped or whatever. But at this point, Seth wanted to take him, like, non-lethally. We ended up knocking him unconscious. I wanted to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't really non-lethal firebolt. Like,
yeah.
Non-lethal magic damage isn't really a thing, and so Seth's like, I guess I'm gonna punch this guy. Seth, who has probably never thrown a punch in their life up to that point.
Yeah, he just walks up to this guy and wallops him with his fist.
Yeah, no, at the end of it, Seth's probably like, oh, my knuckles, why did I do this? This is so stupid. Why?
Yeah, so that was great. We threw him over. Oh, I'm sorry. Zara threw him over her shoulder, basically carry him off and stuff. And then we find out there were 3 other bandits who actually just witnessed all of this that was going on.
No, they didn't witness it. They were just nearby. It's important to note that they didn't. I don't believe they fully witnessed it because What then proceeds to happen is I bullshit. I think more than I ever have as Seth at this.
Oh man, would you like to describe what happened here?
Yeah, so we walk up to these guys, and they're like, "What's going on? What's up with that guy?" And I believe there's like a fight or flight response in my head as the player. I was like, "All right." I only have one spell slot. I have no idea how long this is going to go on. I need to just try and, like, get these guys, like, away from us. And so I'm like, all right, fine. They haven't attacked us yet. They're, like, on the back foot. I'm going to try and just, like, scare them away from us and just, like, we can go the opposite direction. Because, like, I was still kind of interested in, like, one of the corridors that we passed. There was some stuff happening. I was like, all right, we could just get these guys out of the way and we could go. And then I don't remember what my intimidate roll was. I just know that it was quite high, and I don't believe Ryder rolled very well on your. You didn't roll very high on your end to oppose it.
It was very high. Yeah.
The biggest question that the bandit asked you in particular was that, "Are you with the witch?"
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, that was the instigating moment where both Seth and me, the player, were like, oh, maybe I am with the witch. Let's go with that. Like, every moment of improv I've ever done in my life basically coalesced into that moment, and I gave him a big old yes and. Like, as a matter of fact, I do work for the witch. What the hell are you 3 doing? I don't remember exactly what I said. I just remember absolutely popping off on these guys to like my goal was cow them into submission and get them to leave us. And somehow where we ended up was, no, wait. Because I think they said something about Commander Remington, and that's what made me change like how I wanted to do it. Because they mentioned they mentioned something about Commander Remington being attacked. And again, pragmatic Seth trying to keep people alive that benefit him. He's like, oh no, we need to go make sure Remington's safe. We have to go there. But also, if we bring Remington 4 alive criminals who are in on this, then that's just like, not only did we save his life, we also gave him 4 like fucking criminals who like are in the know on whatever this attack is. And if he doesn't let us like off scot-free for that, then I don't know what to do. So we're just gonna go do that. And so the plan that I came up with completely by the seat of my pants was, all right, you guys tie yourselves up and follow us. We're going to sneak all of us into Remington's office and we're all going to attack him together. We're part of that now. I think Seth was trying to spin it as like, no, there's been a change of plans. We're part of that team now, basically. And they were like, okay. Because I think at that point they were still so afraid of me that they were just willing to go along with whatever I was saying.
Yeah. And I remember everyone else was like, huh? What?
And like me as the player, I kind of felt bad because I kind of just grabbed the plot and was like, "We're doing this now, guys. I'm sorry."
No,
This
this
is
is
great.
this is what I live for.
Look, nobody else wanted to play the charisma character that did all the talking. I'm sorry. This is my job now. This is what we're doing.
Yeah. Which I'm all
Which is-
for. Yeah.
Which is also hilarious because Zara has, like, I believe as high of a charisma as Seth, but Queenie just didn't want to
Oh.
be the one to do all the talking.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I forgot about that. I kept forgetting that she actually has high charisma.
It's important for paladins. It being her like highest stat is like, oh wow, okay, you're just gonna be doing saving throws all the time. That's cool. Which like it works if she starts taking like smites and stuff. Anyway, I'm getting into the weeds on builds, but like it makes sense for a paladin to have that high of a charisma. It's just very funny that she has that high of a charisma, but she as a player is like, no, I do not want to do that. I'm like, hey, that works for me.
Yeah. Aw.
But
Hopefully, we'll actually witness Queenie just like, taking control someday.
no, I think it'd be
or something.
fun. I think
That'd be
I think
great.
that'd be cool.
Be
But
interesting.
yeah, so yeah, our plan is now to go to Remington, ostensibly tricking these three criminals into going along with us. We tie them up with like the ropes that are on our person, and then yeah, we just start like doubling back, like following our tracks to get to where Remington is. But before we get to that, Ryder, how did you feel about this?
Hey, I
Completely
mean-
changing the plans.
No, I mean that was great. Divert you guys away from what I was planning on with with Liliana. You know, she got to follow through on her own stuff unbothered.
Basically,
So you know what? I was all for that.
part of it was because of that sleep fog. It was still
Yeah.
there, so
Yeah.
we didn't dare go near it. Instead, we heard fighting. So we decided to go towards the fight. And I think that one of the bandits actually pointed out that that was the direction that Remington was supposed to be in, too.
Yeah.
So that was why we
Yeah.
went that way instead of going towards the sleep fog.
Yeah, that was like the catalyzing thing. Is Seth was like, "Yeah, no, this just makes the most sense with what we've got to do right now. Remington is our our MVP. We have to go protect this guy. Like we need, we can't have him mysteriously die. We need to go, clear our names and try to get him on our side."
Plus, I
Basically,
did get a chance to play as like a DMPC.
Yeah,
Kind of situation. I made a whole character sheet for Remington super quickly just to get it running.
I was gonna say we took like a 5-minute break, and I remember you just being like, "And now to build a character really fast."
yeah. Yeah, notice that there was a lot of during the whole time you were trying to narrate that whole section. And yeah, it was because you were creating Remington's character sheet. Right there, right
Yeah.
on the spot.
Yep.
Hell yeah! Yeah, we
What was great
Show
at this
up.
part was that when we tried to go up the stairs, of course, we let the bandits follow behind us, and they
Still
could
tied
not
up.
get up the stairs at all. They kept
We-
fumbling and tripping.
because we tied them up like chain gang style, which like
Yeah.
in my head, I was like, we need to do it this way, because if at any point they ever realize, like they put 2 and 2 together and realize that we're not actually on their side, they're
Yeah.
gonna try and fight us. And again, Seth's trying to avoid getting into altercations as much as possible while he doesn't understand fully what's going on, and while he's like, kind of like taxed magically.
Yeah.
So we tie them up wrist to wrist, ankle to ankle, and then we get to a big spiral staircase. We're like, all right, guys, up to the top.
Come on, you can do it.
Yeah.
Oh man, they fumbled so much. We actually just left them there while we went up
Yeah.
to help Remington.
Which I thought was a very cunning and great bit of DM. I don't want these assholes in the middle of this combat. I'm gonna throw them down a flight of stairs and then just leave them where they are.
Yeah,
The last thing you want to do is inject 3 more NPCs into a combat where you're already playing 5 characters.
Yeah.
So I love it. It's like, yep, they fall down the stairs, and that is the last time we will see them until after the combat is finished, because Ryder does not need anything else on his plate.
Yeah.
And as a DM myself, I appreciated that. I was like, that is smart.
So yeah, we finally catch up to Remington. He's actually fending off a bunch of bandits by himself. No weapon either. He's actually just punching these guys off of him and stuff. And it was because he had left his greatsword in his office, so presumably he had been ambushed by these guys. Not sure how. We completely forgot to ask about that because, after everything, we decided to do something else. But yeah, he was, I guess, ambushed. Fighting things off, Evetta actually found the greatsword in his office and tried her best to drag it over to Remington and throw it at him. Which I actually wasn't sure if that was going to work, because there was Evetta, and then there was a bandit right in front of her, where she was trying to throw the sword to Remington, and I thought that was going to fail and thought that was just going to suck, but thankfully no. Remington was able to catch it, and this part was great with all the ways you were describing how Remington was fighting, because I just imagine him being Artorias from Dark Souls 1, just like swinging around and doing somersaults with his greatsword onto these bandits.
Well, somersaults.
Crushing them.
He was like,
it sounded like.
He was fighting like from atop his desk, wasn't he? Like he was basically just standing there in the middle of these 4 bandits, just beating their faces in.
No, I think he was on the ground. No, in my head, he was very grounded, stalwart position.
Oh, maybe it was the way you described it. I'm not sure, but it was impressive. Whatever it was.
I have a personal nitpick with this combat. Nothing with Ryder did. For my fellow gamers at the table, I forgot about this until I came across it in my notes when we were reviewing, and I just wrote, "Why is everyone attacking somebody different?" Because we roll up into it, I shoot somebody, Quenie goes after somebody else. You go after somebody else, and Dad goes after somebody else. And I'm like, why are we doing it this way?
Well, I thought Evetta went in first. She missed.
I think that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. You shot at somebody, and then I shot at the person that you shot at, and then everybody else chose a different person after us. And I was like, why? It's like, that's the fastest way to extend combats in D&D is to not group your attacks. Like, especially when you're doing like a big ad fight like that. At this point, we'd only played for 4 sessions, and I was like, this is fine. We're gonna learn it as we go. It'll be okay. And so I didn't bring it up at the time, but I came across it in my notes, and I was like, oh, that's funny. Because ideally, we'd go person to person because we have 2 frontliners and 2 long-range DPS. And so if we do it right, we could basically take out an ad around, or 2 ads around if we roll well enough. And then we rolled up, and then we all just choose a different person. I'm like, oh my god, this combat's gonna go so much longer.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's because of the play style that the other 2 have. With other games in particular. I don't know. Do they do that sort of thing in other games as well, Ryder?
I could not tell you.
Okay, because I know they play Valorant, right?
I know they play, yeah.
And so I'm not sure if they're so used to dividing the force like that, because they're able to take on their own opponent at the same time.
Yeah. I'm not even sure that's exactly like a core, not core. I don't even know if that's like a
like a strategy, like a main strategy.
I don't really know if that's like a central strat, but I don't really play Valorant, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I don't know. With my brief time that I've played like multiplayer shooters and stuff, people tend to divide up so that they can take out just swaths of the other side quickly in one go.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things where it's just like because it's still very like we're still even now like in very early level D&D, and grouping attacks is just like really important to be able to like go through, because combat just it's very time consuming. It's the most time consuming part of Dungeons and Dragons, and especially early level, because you don't have any AoEs online yet. Like even now, like I only have one AoE spell, and until you get AoE spells early on, like ad fights can just be incredibly time intensive, like IRL, because you're just going from one person to another, and imagine like if everybody's playing at their absolute best, every like individual round will take like 10 minutes per person, and if you have like a 4 like ad fight, you now have like a 40-minute combat for just like 4 grunts. And so at least if you group up your attacks, the idea is that you are speeding the combat along, because every time one pair basically clears an ad, it just means that you can just move down the line and you're just stacking the damage, as opposed to like whittling a bunch of people down individually and then like at the end. That, and the idea is like as you pull people away from the combat, like enemies away from the combat, you're also inherently speeding it up, because that's now one less person that the DM has to control, and the less people the DM has to control means the DM's turn goes by way faster, and that's also like important in like the combat flow of D&D. But again, we've been playing for like 4 sessions at this point, and I was like, I'm not gonna nitpick this right now. This was like maybe our like 4th or 5th combat in total.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is kind of also touching on like action economy, basically.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's essentially what this is touching on. I mean, I am completely fine with any having to control more NPCs, or having to take note of, or, you know, I'm completely fine with doing any of that. It doesn't bother me at all. I was thinking a lot of back when Squid said, you know, I basically like threw the bandits down the stairs just so I didn't have to deal with them. And you know, I think when I did that, my line of thought was like, well, these guys are in chains and they're all chained together. It's probably going to be very hard for them to get out of, and I'm not going to make like a DC 20 strength check every round to see if they break out and then run up the stairs. I'm like I feel like I'm trying to. That doesn't feel like that makes sense for the bandits. And I think, and my line of thought was so like, well, they're probably so scared, still scared of Seth. So they're just like, well, we're just gonna sit down here.
We'll wait. Yeah, we'll wait for the
Which,
guy to come back.
I thought was, like I said, I thought that was brilliant. I was like, that's fantastic. And yeah, not to say that, like, you know, controlling a bunch of extra NPCs, it's not like the worst thing in the world. Like, it is part of the DM's like job. I'm not trying to like complain about that, but it's just like, it's one of those things where just like, I want to play. The way I look at it is, I want to play more D&D, and the way that you can play more D&D is by accomplishing more things over a period of time. And so, if your combat takes an hour, that's less D&D you're playing, because combat, realistically, for the characters, it's like an hour of our time out here in the meat space, and it's like 40 seconds for them in game. And so just like we can do more for the characters if there's a way to speed the combat up. And ultimately, I want to see what these characters do. It could be more combat, that's cool, but I want to know what they're getting up to. And the easiest way to do that is by making it so that like our time in the meat space is as fluid as possible, and removing PCs from combat by like grouping attacks is like one of the fastest ways to do that, because now there's just less happening, and yeah, it makes the action economy smoother. There's just less going on as you just like are one by one removing these resources. But anyway, we got super in the weeds on like D&D meta stuff. I'm sorry.
I need to inform that it is 6, so I have to get going.
Yeah,
I will be
I
back
will pause
in
here.
maybe 10-15 minutes. So you're back.
Okay, so let's see, where were we? Oh yeah, So right after we claimed victory against all of those bandits that ambushed Remington, everybody, except Evetta, actually went to go check on those bandits who were still fumbling at the stairs. And I did this intentionally because I wanted to have Evetta go check on Remington, but I was not assertive with the roleplay at all. Things were moving, and I didn't really get to do what I wanted, but that's okay. It's fine. So yeah, Seth, Zara, Dad, go check on the bandits. They're unbound. You actually find out that they're not in their chains or ropes anymore, and we see two unfamiliar figures at the bottom of the stairs. Would anyone like to describe who those were?
Dungeon Master.
No. You know, I don't. After the last recap, I've been consciously like limiting because I realized, like, you know, how much. I feel like there's been a lot where I could have revealed it later on in the like in game, and so that's why I've been a lot more. That's pointing out just why I'm just a lot more silent this time around, because you know, there are answers and reasons to why a lot of things happen, but I obviously can't give those out.
Yeah.
And even just little hints can be, you know, it gives you kind of advantage, not necessarily like a huge advantage, but you know, if I ever want to pull out any secrets, it's not secrets, but yeah, I mean, no, more or less. If I want to like surprise or reveal any secrets, I definitely want them. I definitely want the seeds or the foreshadowing to have been done in game and not something I said out of game.
No.
No, that's fair, because yeah, as the DM, you should be holding all of these secrets for us anyway. So that makes sense.
But regardless,
yeah, so you don't really have to reveal too much.
No,
I'm
forgetting what I described them as.
Oh.
That's the issue. That's I don't remember what I remember their names, but
Oh, I see. So the two unfamiliar figures at
the I know that the two figures are, one was a female halfling, and the other was a I was drow. Okay.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's a made up word anyway.
But I always want to say drow, but then I'm like, oh no, it's drow. Drow? No, I'll call him just a Dunmer. You know what?
Yeah, there we go. He's a Dunmer.
Real gamers.
Yeah, so at this point, the female halfling kind of met the same descriptions that were in that document that Grant had given Seth at the very beginning of the campaign to look for his daughter.
And I'd already
Liliana.
And I'd already seen her, like, kind of through the haze of like battle, but from a distance at the burned down village that we were in as well.
Durstwood.
Yeah, Durstwood. Yeah, so Seth recognized her. Everyone else did too. Evetta didn't see a thing. And then there was that male drow who was next to her. Did not know him at all. No idea who he was. But I think he had a necklace, was it?
Yes. Yeah, he had like a really like interesting looking necklace, which will come up later for like sort of where we decided we were gonna go and what we were gonna do. But yeah, he had like a magical looking necklace on him.
Okay.
Other than that, they were both dressed like, I remember you specifically pointing out, Ryder, that they were dressed like really plainly. Like there was nothing distinguishing about them. Like they were very clearly like dressed in a way to be like nondescript.
They were trying to conceal their true identity as much as possible, which doesn't work when you're face to face with them.
Yeah, that makes sense. So of course, just as a nice greeting from Seth, a charismatic fellow, he guiding bolts Liliana immediately.
Look, there's times to talk, and there's times to use your last spell slot.
That was the funniest thing, because I forgot. You only had one spell slot left.
I was saving that bad boy, and I didn't know when I was going to use it, but the second she showed her face, I was like, time's now.
This is the moment.
This is it.
I waited my whole life for this. Blam!
And that was like, wasn't that the first time you had hit a nat 20? I think you critted
No,
her.
I had nat 20'd earlier, also with Guiding Bolt when we were fleeing Durstwood. This was just another like incredibly great moment of like, man, when Seth
narrative dice.
When Seth is like, Seth doesn't have control, and Seth just like lets it rip.
It was like totally grand, just like imbuing him with his magic.
Yeah, I think it's like at the time, I think it was more that Seth was just like really annoyed to like see this person and to like come face to face with like this, this force that had up until now, like this is the face to like our antagonist basically. And I think a lot of like the influence behind Seth like losing his cool is that like, again, Grant sort of represents yet another person caught in the crossfire of this like bullshit system that just sort of like perpetuates everything that Seth dislikes, and it's his own daughter. And I think there's something about that, like Seth is just like, it rubs him just fundamentally the wrong way. It's like, no, like you look after like the people that are close to you. Like, why would you like do something like that? Like, it's okay to not like your father. It's okay to like, if he's like a dickhead, but like to just for seemingly no reason betray him to like a foreign government. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And so,
during that conversation, she like, I'm trying to remember what it was that Liliana actually said, but yeah, she didn't retaliate at all. She actually stopped everyone else from attacking back. So I thought that was interesting because she sustained all that damage, but it didn't matter to her at all. So I'm trying to remember what it was that she said too. Something about how her father was never going to let her do what she wants.
Yeah, how like he was weak and like holding her back, and that like he wasn't going to be around anymore to like stop her from like, just like she was going to like go be her own person, more or less, something like that. Basically,
yeah. Which at the time, meta-wise, at the time I was like, huh? You're gonna... What? Really?
Huh?
Yeah, I was like, huh? Yeah. So...
Did that happen? No, that was when you guys were going to Love the Man. Okay, never mind. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, that was later. That was much later. But yeah, everyone else actually tries to attack, and so Zara actually threw a javelin at Liliana.
Yeah,
but it bounced off. There was a force field, an invisible force field around Liliana this time, so she couldn't do any damage.
I'm assuming that was the shield spell.
I'm not familiar with it, so I'm not sure.
It's just a super basic like +5 to AC, but yeah, I assume that was her just being like, well, this one I can block as opposed to the nat 20. If I got a nat 20 and she was able to still shield it, we weren't gonna win that fight anyway. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah, that encounter didn't last very long. Because I think right after that, they teleported out. I think it was the drow who conjured that circle to get them to teleport out, I think. So they whisked off. We were just left with a bunch of bandits. But we didn't even continue fighting them. Yeah, we didn't actually continue fighting them because like right after that, Remington was standing right behind Seth. And Seth was like, Your boss just left you. Put those ropes back on.
Get pissed off Seth again. Just like, damn it.
Yeah. So
I really enjoy playing Seth who doesn't have like the full.
Fuck! I just threw my phone on the ground.
Hello?
Hello.
I stood up, disconnected my headset, and was like, "Oh, that's unfortunate." But no, I really enjoy playing Seth who doesn't have like the situation under control.
Yeah.
Because when Seth is confident and like cool and collected and like doing well, like Seth just succeeds at the things that they want to do, and like that's fine and fun. But I really like it when Ryder gets to put me in these situations where Seth isn't 100% in charge, and that annoys him fundamentally. Seth's flaw is that Seth hates being wrong, and Seth hates not being the person in control of a situation. And so often in the next couple of sessions, Seth is not the person who is like in control of a given scenario, and it just irks them to no end. which is why you get like guiding bolts to the face. Because Seth's just done with it at that point.
Also, hello, Queenie.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Queenie. We are joined by Queenie, who plays as Zara. The party basically fills in Remington on what they had discovered while they were out in town. Like, Grant is dead, there's a tunnel underneath, there's all the guards in the prison are asleep, they're red dead. Yep. So, Remington was actually wondering if there was anyone protecting the top side of the town. Because if everything was happening down here, then what's been going on upstairs? No one really knew, because we had we interacted with Bernald. I can never remember his name. Bernaldo, that dude, man.
Bernaise sauce.
Bob.
Bob. Yeah. I mean, he was the one who deputized us and such, but that was it. We didn't know if Liliana had planted any more bandits around the town to, instigate some kind of riot of some sort. So we went up to the watchtower to look over the town to see if there was anything else going on, any sort of strange activity. Didn't really see anything, which was interesting. I'm not sure if anyone had any comments on that. I didn't at the time. I didn't know what to make of it, really. Oh yeah, Squid, do you want to tell Queenie about the whole combat thing?
Oh no, it's good, dude.
Okay.
Dang.
I didn't hear that.
No. we had a brief aside about how without getting too much into the weeds and bogging it down again, just how in D&D it's best to like group your attacks onto like single enemies until they're dead, basically. Like when you're fighting like a bunch of like ads all at once, is to like everybody go from like one person to the next one, so that you're like removing enemies from the combat like one by one, as opposed to like spreading out and everybody attacking like a different person. Because fundamentally, the more like pieces that the DM has in control on the board at a time are more resources that are being used against us. So if we can like group up attacks on one person until they're dead, and then just like systematically move from person to person, that's like the better way to do combat. And this is only relevant because as we were going back over the combat with Remington, I found that I had written a note in my notebook that just said, "Why are they all attacking different people?"
I see.
Which again,
I think
super minor thing. Like it has. I don't think it's really come up since then. It was just kind of funny in the moment.
I think the only case in which it's okay to spread your attacks out like that is, there's a lot of cases, but the one that's immediately coming to mind, and in a situation where it's like ad clear, there's only like the only thing I think the one case where it's okay is if everyone can reliably like one shot each ad.
Yeah.
And
No,
then, that makes
exactly.
That's like the only case. If of course, if it's like a boss and then some ads, okay, you probably have to, some people do this, some people do that. It'd be
Stick the
really
tank
awkward.
in front of the boss. Everybody else ad clear.
It'd be really awkward if everyone is just shooting, just hitting the boss, and like the one goblin in the back is still going down on the wizard. The wizard's like, "It's fine, it's fine."
Yeah.
It's action economy, guys. No, but that's of course, this is where
Yeah. No,
No,
that's fair.
Precisely like you mentioned, like once it's like purely it's only like an issue like early game where it's like when we can't one shot the random nobodies, like when we're level 3 and 4 and up until like 5 or 6, and like until we get some good AoE and until like the barbarian and the paladin get to the point where just like their baseline attack starts like knocking ads down in one hit, like once we get to that point, we're good to go. Then we can play around with combat like a little bit more interestingly. But it's like those early levels where it's just like, no, like if the barbarian needs 2 hits to kill just a random mook, we need to focus until each mook is gone. Because if the barbarian can't clear somebody on their own with like their 2 attacks, then we have an issue because that's their job.
Yeah. So going back to the recap, this is the point where Remington actually promotes the team and gives them permission to investigate all of this like conspiracy stuff that's going on in Hradenvar. Because there was an assassination attempt on Remington. So, and of course, there is a tunnel excavated underneath the town going into these 2 innocent houses. And it just seemed like they're all like planting attacks or like staging attacks or whatever it is around the town itself. No idea where else it's going to be. So yeah, he gives us permission to investigate, but we're too tired because again, everyone has expended their spell slots completely. So
levels 1 to 5 are rough, dude. It's tough out here on these streets.
Yeah.
Dag's spell slots.
Yeah, exactly.
Dag's spell slots. Yeah.
His
Yeah,
favorite
Dag's not
spell.
even using his spell slots. I should get those. Honestly.
His favorite spell, iron. I cast iron.
I cast Great Axe.
I cast Punch in Face.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, the team returns to Seth's house to rest up because for whatever reason, no one will buy bedrolls. No one makes the effort to buy a room at the inn or get bedrolls, so everyone sleeps on the floor again.
Day's busy. Got a lot to get there, man. Don't have time.
Yeah.
True. Okay, true. I guess it's good for your back. Yeah, that bale of hay is so good for your back.
I think it's the opposite.
I know it is. That's why I'm like, oh my god, everyone. But yeah, we'd already established that like Seth has his own bedroll, and he actually offered his bed to Evetta, so there was that. I don't remember what was given to Zara or Tag.
We were just on the floor.
Yeah. Evetta's got the bed. Dag, Zara, and Seth are just like full sleepover on the floor.
Yeah.
Oh.
I keep imagining like wild Carmeli College Seth, who just like, this is my first time I've woken up on a random floor.
Oh wow. But so yeah, the night didn't actually end right there though. At least that session did not. Evetta actually pulls Seth to the side to have a private conversation with him. And it was regarding the formal document. Yeah, exactly. There was that formal document that Grant had on him. And this was the point where Evetta, she only expressed interest or curiosity about what was being talked about between Seth and the guard. Because, obviously she's aware of Dayston, but she has never mentioned to anyone that she's actually from Dayston. So, yeah, this is definitely the very first time she ever brought it up to Seth. Found out that it was a trader's license, a sort of writ of passage that allowed Grant to, entry into Dayston and allow him to leave at specific points or specific times of the day. And the other interesting note was that it was a yellowed old piece of paper.
Yeah.
So that meant that he had been holding onto this thing for a while. No idea for how long. Long enough for the paper to actually yellow. So Evetta does mention that it's incredibly difficult to access Dayston by normal means, unless you are a person of high import or of high wealth. And since Seth brought up the fact that Grant had this paper on him and his name was actually on this paper, the first thing she thought of was that, oh, he's probably a noble. But then if he's a noble, why is he
a random homeless guy?
yeah, why is he a random homeless guy? Why does he look so homeless here in Rodenfar?
I think this is spoilers, but I think to the current session, you guys still have not uncovered Grant's like actual past.
Yeah,
relevance to Dayston.
Which I really wanted to do that one session, but I couldn't because I got interrupted.
So that is what Seth wants to do, but unfortunately, basically, since we arrived in Dayston, we haven't been able to like basically go about like we haven't been able to do like what we wanted. Like we just keep basically getting thrust into these situations where we have to constantly keep reacting to things around us. We haven't been able to be proactive more or less since we first arrived. Like and that's sort of like Seth's goal was originally to find out like where Grant lived, see if like his house still exists, like get into it and like investigate it. But we've been pulled in like 800 different directions since we arrived in Dayston, and so Seth's like, well, we have other things going on. I'll just have to keep putting this on the back burner for now. I would like to do that before we leave because that is Seth's like personal goal, but like it just sort of like again like we've just been reacting basically since we first arrived. So hopefully we get to a point where we can do that, but also like I understand.
And of course there were a few things that Evetta wanted to, clear up while her time was there in Dayston, but of course it's just...
that is like number one of Seth's personal goals, but we'll get to that.
Anyway, so moving on,
this is also where I get to do my own personal bit of foreshadowing, where I'm like, well, if we ever need to get into Dayston, we can use this to get in. And Evetta's like, huh? I'm like, if I have that note, we can get into Dayston. Don't worry. I am not elaborating on that any further.
And Evetta wanted to question further, but she didn't know how, because at this time, obviously she had no idea Seth was a changeling at all. She had never even heard of a changeling before. It's not in her dictionary. So it's like, what do you mean? Like, but it's Grant.
Don't worry about it.
Don't you need? What?
I think I kept saying something along the lines of like, "Don't worry, Grant's gonna get us in."
Yeah, exactly. And she's just like, I don't get it. What do you mean?
Steph, Grant's dead.
It's like we're gonna, I don't know, enact some necromancy or something. What do you mean? But so
in a manner of speaking.
Seth was actually pretty curious on why Evetta actually knows this bit about Dayston, because he doesn't know about Dayston. And so he's wondering, he wondered why. And Evetta said that she actually kept in contact with someone in Dayston. She had a friend. Obviously, that was a lie. We'll get into that much later.
You lied to Seth would never lie to you. Why would you lie to Seth?
See, Seth only provides partial truths. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Evetta, she did have friends, but she didn't keep in contact. So that was a lie. Oops. But
it's not my fault you assumed this was my real face. I never said that it was.
Wow. But that conversation happened. And while this was going on, there were Carmeli Knights actually making the rounds, knocking on people's doors. Politely.
Yeah.
Politely knocking on people's doors, I might add. And, they were going to your neighbors' houses. They visited Watson.
Watson?
Which I still laughed at because it's
just the idea of a tiny, palico.
Yeah,
just
right. Like this teeny tiny tabaxi just saying, "Oh, hello."
They're like Meowster, and they're like, "What?"
And the Carmeli Knights have to crouch down to talk to it. But Yeah, that happened. They visited some other person's house.
They visited some
this
elves
segment
for a
was
while,
nice.
which I thought was interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually love the part where they were trying to communicate with one of your other neighbors. I'm sorry, one of Seph's other neighbors. And they were like, "Sir, it won't take, much of your time if you would just have a moment to speak. I'm a woman. Ma'am, please open the door."
Oh man, Seth could have had that exact same conversation. I realize now. I just shapeshift right in front of them. I'm a woman.
That would, if they, I mean, that could have technically worked. I think that could have probably worked. That would have been weird.
As long as it didn't turn into the person, one of the people that they're looking for.
As long as it didn't turn into into Voltus or something.
No, I turned into my original identity, and I'm just like, I'm a woman. Oh, I'm in handcuffs now. That's
well played, officer. Well played.
All right. Touche.
So yeah, I absolutely love that part. I want to see more of that.
I adored this entire sequence because I'd actually really like to hear your insight. I think we kind of talked about this in like a table talk, like later on, but I really enjoyed the it felt like you weren't ready for Seth to just like calmly and coolly I just sat on my patio. I just I pulled out a pipe, which I decided on the fly Seth apparently has.
Yeah, Evetta was the one who was terrified because she didn't know what they were capable of, so she immediately retreated into the house and started, tinkering with her little machine and stuff.
Think I quickly ducked my head in, and I was like, no magic, mundane tinkering only, and then closed the door. Like, this is like when they went into like the elf's house or like one of my neighbors. They were actually physically in one of my neighbors' houses so that they wouldn't see me like duck in and then duck back out again. But basically I wanted Seth to stay outside and just like chill because like Seth doesn't care. They can talk to Seth all they want. I don't exist. I'm not a real person.
Yeah, and I did not make this clear. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I just didn't want them to get inside the house and interact with the other party because Seth didn't know how that would go, and Seth couldn't control that. Seth's like, but if I'm outside and we just have a conversation on my front porch, everything's copacetic, we're good to go.
Yeah. No, I did not make this clear at all because I just was not assertive enough with my role playing. I'm such a newbie and everything. Evetta was actually kind of close to the door-ish. Was there a window?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I assume Seth's house has windows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Had windows.
She was actually like very close to the window, peeking out and trying to listen in on the conversation. And she understood most of it because she understood Elvish.
Yeah.
So I did not make that clear at all. That was my fault. I didn't say anything, but...
And this is the first time that Seth got to pull the Elvish out as well, which again, that's just him trying to play to like the vanity of the Carmeli Knights and be like, "Oh, hello, I know your fancy language, powerful elf people. I'm just a normal human.
I'm here doing human things.
How can I assist you, officer?"
Yeah. So the Carmeli Knights and Seth had a pretty interesting conversation with Seth just being his, how do you describe it? I was about to say fearless, but I don't know if that's the correct way to describe how he behaved around the Carmeli
Seth's
Knights.
definitely not fearless. Seth's afraid of a lot of things, but no, Seth just like I don't know like what specific word to use, but yeah, Seth just confident, I guess. You can still have fears, like be fearful, but like be confident. Like I think that's the charisma, like right there. It's just like being able to put forward the face that you want, and just being like, I'm just gonna play it cool and answer all your questions to the best of my ability, and also manipulate the conversation in a way that I learn things without you realizing that I'm learning things, which is what happens.
Exactly, yeah, because the Carmeli Knights were looking for a red male tiefling who was in pretty gaudy looking fashion of some sort, having all these like jewelry stuff on him. And it was the spellcaster, obviously. And they revealed that he was charged for like stealing 17 magical artifacts. They were searching for him. And he goes with the name of Voltus. This is finally this was like the second time we had heard of the name Voltus.
Yeah.
Would you like to describe how Seth
don't negotiate with cops, kids.
Yes, for any listeners out there who are currently in interrogation, don't do that. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, just you get a lawyer present. Know your rights.
Watching this in your jail cell, don't.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I liked this because I liked that, like, from Sev's point of view, I wasn't gonna give them any information. They had no reason to like suspect that this, like, as far as they know, Sev's just some random hillbilly living in the middle of this like tiny village in the middle of nowhere. And that's what like Sev's trying to go off of. It's just like, I'm just some random guy. I'm just some random villager. You're a foreign emissary, so you have no real power here. And I'm just gonna pretend to be a bumpkin who doesn't know anything. And I'm gonna learn as much as you were able to spill because you were dumb. And even though at this point Seth suspected Voltus, so the going back to the necklace, the second the guards mentioned like 17 missing magic items and that this guy had like left, and that like the only other real lead we had was this like tiefling that randomly showed up, like this is Seth putting everything together and being like, wonder where that drow got that magical necklace from. That'll be interesting. Now Voltus is like my number one priority. And so again, Sev's just like using the Carmelis to like information gather while giving them absolutely nothing. Like I kind of went back and forth like very briefly on like whether or not Seth would be like, oh yeah, I saw this guy in the tavern. I realized like Seth would like, he doesn't know Voltus. He knows nothing about Voltus, but he knows that he's like running away from the Carmeli Knights, and that's fundamentally that is at least one thing that Seth can like sympathize with. And he's like, well, I'm not gonna give this guy over to the Carmelis, regardless of like, of what he's done. If I need to, I will deal with him. I will take care of this problem if he ends up being a problem, because that will be my duty at that point. But I will not hand him over to the authorities, which I feel like that says a lot about Seth's character. He's like, I will not give you to these guys. I will take the responsibility to handle you, basically. That's sort of like what he was thinking.
Yeah, which was an interesting way to approach that, I'll say, because we knew nothing of Voltus at the time. Didn't even know he was actually working with Liliana. We didn't really have any leads on that at the time.
Yeah. I think this is just Seth like grasping, like it is like a lot of it is definitely Seth grasping at straws and just trying to be like, these are all the pieces of the puzzle that I have. I don't know if they fit, but we won't know until we go and investigate it, type thing.
Exactly, yeah. The Carmeli Knights also revealed that Voltus had an associate who goes by the name of Marcus. So we now know the name of the other guy who was with him, supposedly. The Goliath, I think? I think it was, it was a Goliath.
Yeah, it was a short Goliath.
A short Goliath, yeah.
It was just like a guy the size of a human.
Pretty much.
Basically, yeah. Yeah, we all thought it was like a human.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, he's like 6, he's like around like 7 foot, which is short for Goliath, but tall for humans.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's now at this point where we figured that the direction we should probably go in now is probably towards the Levelin Manor, just to see what Voltus is up to and see if he could, like, I don't know, maybe divulge any secrets he has of those magical artifacts that he did take. But
and just sort of like shed some light. And again, like I think Seth like kind of gave a little bit of this plan to the party at this point, where it's like, we're gonna go there, see what he knows, because our options are he's aiding and abetting literal actual terrorists and we need to be the people that kill him, or he's an idiot who accidentally sold like WMDs to terrorists. And Like the first one, we kill him on site and we just deal with it, and we try to find out as much as we can about Liliana and the
I
travels.
just made the biggest sale of my life, man. Oh, who'd you sell it to? I don't know. This group called like is or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah. We're just like, that's kind of what happened. Like as far as we know, like he's like, yeah, these dudes they had like these dragon masks and red cloaks. And something about scorched.
Kept talking about
pigs.
blowing
I
up the
don't
world,
know.
but I don't know, man. I just made like $1 million.
Yeah, dude, I got like a diamond. It was sweet.
Made a platinum off of this.
Yeah, and like that's Sep's point of view, where it's like, you know, if he's a dumbass, we reprimand him and be like, choose better business partners, or I will come back and we'll have to deal with you more permanently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yeah, that conversation eventually happens next session, but
yeah. I will say that at this point, Evetta does actually make some progress on her little machine. And it can actually start walking now. So that was a neat little development for Evetta. Just being able to...
Little spider bot.
Yep, a little spider bot. You can pat its head and it wobble, wobble, wobble. And
Just a little dude.
Wobble, wobble.
He's just a little guy being a little dude.
Yeah, so that was cute. That was great. This was also the session where Zara apparently threw a pillow at Evetta in her sleep. Was that true? Or was that like...
She was sleep. She was just moving in her sleep.
She was moving in her sleep.
She was sleep throwing.
Yeah, she was sleep throwing.
Yeah, because watching over the VOD, she apparently stole Dag's pillow and threw it at Evetta in her sleep.
You're assuming Seth has enough pillows for all four of you?
That's why she stole it from Dag.
I didn't know what was going on there. I thought that was funny. But so anyway, right. So moving on to the next day. The next morning, we decide to at least check in with Remington first, see if he still had those formal documents or if we had our badges to, since he promoted us and such. This was the moment where Zara wanted to go look for a messenger bird to send a message back to the old world. But unfortunately, for some reason, Reiter's world, at least where we currently are, in the countryside doesn't know what town-to-town communication actually is.
Whoa. She did not inquire about sending a message across town.
Oh, she did not?
She wanted to send a message back to the old world via like a pigeon. And everyone was like,
that was odd too. I was like, wait,
can't do
how's
that.
That gonna work? But yeah, she wanted to do something to send a message back to the
They grab the
old world.
12-year-old boy off the street, hand him a paper, and it's like, hey, go run across the town, give this paper to this man. All right, no.
And he ran across the continent.
But anyway, yeah, so Zara splits off from the party to look for a messenger bird, not understanding that sort of thing is probably not feasible for the technology we have. But anyway, while she's doing that,
listen, that may as well be migration for a bird to go that far. I'm just gonna say.
Honestly, yeah, because thinking about it, that's like it has to cross overseas. So, ooh,
Fine.
Listen, it's fantasy. All right, anything's possible. But
messenger dragon, maybe? No.
Messenger
I can buy that probably.
But yeah, so the rest of the team goes and visits Remington to let him know that we're probably gonna go to Levelland Manor next and everything. While we're there, we actually see that he's already in a small meeting with Carmeli Knights.
Yeah.
And
they're not on the up and up with each other, which made Seth very happy.
Yeah, like we couldn't quite hear the entire conversation, but it sounded like the Carmeli Knights were asking or trying to ask for permission to investigate some place, presumably the Levelland Manor. And Remington was not giving them the time of day because they just went around without his permission and started knocking on people's doors, basically kind of disturbing the peace of his town and stuff. So Remington was not okay with them.
This is ostensibly like a foreign military showing up and just going door to door asking
that's like
questions.
they can
Like,
have all the
what?
good they can
Like,
have all the
what are
good
you doing?
intentions. Yeah, they can have all the good intentions they want. That's extremely suspicious looking to anyone else.
Yeah, for real.
Which
They're
is
like
just
these
really pretentious
heavily
of them to do that.
armored. They're heavily armed and heavily armored just knights just knocking on people's doors. That's that's
Yeah.
Which was completely unsurprising to Seth. Again, this is why Seth just like stood out in front of his house waiting for them, because he's like, man, you guys couldn't be like any more predictable if you tried. like I'm just gonna sit here, a wanted criminal, and talk right to your face, and you're just gonna walk away, and you're gonna act like you own this town, even though you're not even from here. All right, cool. And then seeing Remington at odds with them, like. I don't know if I super played it up in the moment, but like internally, definitely there was just like a moment of like Seth felt camaraderie towards Remington there, where it's like, yeah, you get it, man. Fuck those guys.
Yeah. Remington really did just put his foot down and was like, no. And so Cornelia
sorry.
No.
I'm just imagining Remington going exactly like that.
No.
Yeah, the Carmelites were, they were basically like, and so they finally leave. They leave the office completely, and so we are finally allowed to walk in. Let Remington know of our plans and such. Would anyone like to describe what had happened here?
Yeah, Quenie. Yeah, Quenie, would you like to describe what happened here, Quenie?
Why me? Why they just came home from 7 hours of pointless lecturing.
Yeah, Quenie. So after the Carmelian Knights left, so what happened?
So I think they were walking, right? And then we pulled up to Remington, and then we said some stuff to him about the stuff that was happening, right?
Wow, the stuff? Yeah.
Yeah. And then he was like, cool. And then he was like,
Those were
go
his
over
exact
there
words, yeah.
to the place with the water. And then we were
The
like,
water?
I think I'm skipping. I think I went a few too far.
A little bit.
Just a few.
A few too far.
Listen,
So
I don't want to imply anything, but I do really wish David was here, just so that when Amby does things like that, so when Amby does things like that, where it's like, so who would like to describe it? I want to just spring it on Quenie or David and be like, yeah, so what happened, guys?
What could you possibly be implying, Ryder?
Nothing at all. What do you mean?
I guess I would like to involve everyone else in this conversation too,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
see
yeah,
their
yeah.
thoughts, how they
Yeah,
perceive
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I'm involving everyone.
Yeah. It's a DM's job. You're doing great.
Yeah, exactly. But so in any case, Remington reveals that the Carmelian Knights were indeed wanting to go to the Leveland Manor. And of course, we're all like, haha, guess what? Where we want to go
Guess where
too.
we're going.
Yeah, right? And
Guess what we know.
Remington was actually a little surprised about that. I don't know if he was exactly sure why we wanted to go there just yet, but he did express how uncomfortable he was in sending his men to the Leveland Manor, because it seemed like nothing ever went down well every time he did. So there was just some bad juju vibes coming from the Leveland Manor and stuff. I mean, they were known for shady business practices.
Their aura was just off,
Yes.
The vibes were not right.
Oh, no,
They don't
no vibes.
jive well with us,
Is that what Remington believes?
I'm slightly triggered because my lang teacher sounds like that sometimes.
Oh.
That's what made.
Okay, so does my conductor, so.
So yeah, he also gives us vouchers for horses.
Yeah.
That was pretty nice. Yeah, it also gave us our badges as well as the writ of passage for Dayston and stuff. So, yep, now we actually can go back to Dayston if we do, which, we know what happened in the later episodes. But anyway, yeah, the team. So, okay, I'll point this out. The team did go retrieve their horses. And I've never heard this voice ever used again in any of your sessions, but apparently Tiana had a very cracked granny voice of some sort.
I do not remember the voice. I need to watch the bot again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she was like, yeah, I'll get you the horses.
Whoa, really?
And I was like, whoa. Everyone was like, whoa. Tiana, did you hit your head or something? What happened? She got kicked by a horse? So that was a really good voice. I don't know if you'll ever use it again. But I thought it was so funny.
I know what Evetta's mom sounds like now.
I should laugh so loud. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God.
Oh, man. So, yeah.
Look, Ryder, if you do the voice...
episode 4.
If you do the voice for Evetta's mom, when Seth inevitably has to transform into her, I will also do the voice. So
no, do not make that. You are giving me way too much power.
Oh, man. So yeah, this is the end of episode 4. Team is about to leave for Levelland Manor. And episode 5 is basically where Seth tries to devise some sort of plan on, letting us get in without any issues or anything. Obviously, we have to go through the front gate.
5 was like a shorter session, wasn't it? Because I'm thinking about everything that happened in 5, and it just feels like not a lot. Like we just traveled for a lot and then arrived at Levelland Manor. So, yeah.
I think. Oh well, yeah. No, you are right. It was the shorter one because I think that was the day that Ryder overslept.
So,
was 5 the overslept one?
I think it was. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
To be more exact, it was the one where you pulled an all-nighter and then you fell asleep.
Oh no, you're
at,
right.
6
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, 6 is the extra long one. Okay, I had it.
Yeah.
I had it backwards.
I'm like thinking back, and I'm like, what? Like, because basically all that happened, like we'll discuss it. But basically, all that happens in 5 is like we discuss the plan, we leave, we go to the Carmeli camp, we investigate there, we get to the manor, we do some stuff, we get inside the manor, like we do a small scene, and that's it. And I'm just like, is that really all we did? Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
I was like, I didn't remember that this was like the super short one because of that. That makes so much more sense now. Because I was trying to figure it out. I'm like, I remember everything that happened the following session, and we did a shit ton in that one.
Yeah.
But why was this one like nothing?
Yeah.
That makes sense now.
It was mainly because it was a lot shorter. Yeah. So the 3 plans that Seth came up with was that number 1, we we effectively pull up in front of the gates and be like, hey, yo, we are cops from Hradenvar. We want to look for this tiefling. That was plan number 1. Plan number 2 was to come up with some kind of cover story where Seth's a merchant and everyone else are bodyguards. And then plan number 3 was to just be honest. We are looking for this tiefling, and Carmeli Knights are looking for him, and we want to warn him about it. Just talk to him.
Yeah.
So,
and we used. I believe this is where Seth alluded, without like actually saying anything, because why would he ever be straightforward? Seth alludes to the fact that he like had a history with Carmeli, and that he would leverage that to try and like speak to this tiefling and be like, hey man, I get it. That's like, I understand what you did. You stole some stuff. That's pretty rad. I'm okay with all of that, but are you working with these other people? And that's what we ultimately ended up going with. But yeah, in Seth's mind, he kind of like because at this moment we don't know that Voltus is a dickhead. We'll find that out later next episode. But at this moment, Seth's like, he's willing to give Voltus the benefit of the doubt that he just made an honest mistake, and that he's not involved with like, whatever happened at all. the way that we decide to do this is that, we just go up there, we're honest, we say that we're not fans of Carmeli, that we, my train of thought imploded, that we are just sort of like, that we're just sort of like looking out for Voltus, and that he needs to be safe for both his own well-being and for other people. And Seph's like, I understand like what he's going through. I remember being cagey about it, but I don't know how cagey I was.
With you having some history with Carmeli?
Yeah.
Seth did not actually make it clear that he was from Carmeli, just the fact that he possibly attended the same academy. Or his academies. I don't know. The same academy as Voltus. And Seth was just, he just doesn't see eye to eye with the Carmelians. So
again, Seth, giving a little bit of the truth, but not all of it all at once.
Basically.
And then I think we decided to go with that just because it was the one that was least prone to like blow up in our face. I think was like ultimately what we decided, because like the first one, they could just look at our badges and then tell us to leave and turn us away at the door, and the second one is just like we're just lying through our teeth, and that's just hard to keep up. And like theoretically that one could have also worked pretty well, but again, that would have been a lot more like ad-libbing on like both the characters and the players' part. And so I think we sort of decided like, that one would be fun, but let's not hinge like all of our plans onto this just yet. That's like our backup plan. And so we went with option 3 just because it was the most like, the least prone to like, blowing up on us.
Yeah, basically the safest option that we could take.
Yeah.
So that was fine. We make our way through the woods or whatever it was on our way to the Levelin Manor, and we actually come across a camp. We didn't know what it was at first, but the most prominent thing about that camp was that it had Carmeli insignia on it. So there was a hint that, the Carmeli are probably already actually investigating Levelin Manor without Remington's permission. So we hurried on our way, but then we found out, there are dead bodies at this camp, and they're all Carmeli knights who are dead. So we turn back around. We actually investigate the camp to see what the heck even happened. And I'm just imagining Seth just like kicking over all of these these dead bodies, like turning them over, rotating them, like, rummaging through their pockets, whatever it was, to see if he could find anything of importance off of them.
And I did. I found something that intrigued me very much. I love this guy. This is just another like scene that like I thoroughly enjoyed because it's just Seth being himself and just having a great time. Look at all these dead Carmelis. Look at this warrant. Oh, hey, I'm on here. That's cool.
Seth does find the search warrant off of one of the
Baby's first wanted poster.
The warrant was specifically for Voltus. He had his own page.
On the front?
They're on the front, yes. And there was a list of 7 known associates, all of which are crossed off except one.
Marcus.
Who was Marcus. So, I can't remember if this was the point where Seth understood that getting your name crossed off meant that you were like caught or dead.
It means it means that you have been quote unquote found, and that could mean any number of things, basically.
Yeah,
that's
crossed
right.
out. Yeah, that's essentially crossed out. Essentially means, and crossed out doesn't even. Again, maybe this should be revealed later, but crossed out doesn't even necessarily mean that like you've been like caught and you are within their possession. It just means they have a very good idea of where you are.
Yeah, they have verified like you. They're like outside.
You
of
are. They know where you are now.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. So yeah, Seth finds that, and when he turns it around, turns it to the back, there is another list of a bunch of other names, and there were some that he recognized, one of which was his name. But the curious thing was that it wasn't Seth's name. And so when Seth found that, he is just grinning like the little
They have
silly
no
man
fucking
that he
idea.
is.
They
Yeah,
have no fucking
the
idea. These
Carmelian
fucking
Knights had
idiots.
no idea. They actually
They got
talked to
no
him.
fucking clue. Oh, what a bunch of morons. Again, like,
What a bunch of idiots! Oh man, bunch of idiots.
Seth is just like a cat that just finished cleaning itself. He's like, damn, feeling cute. Just like, fucking hell yeah. Fucking morons.
Yeah, thought that was great. Yeah, I thought that was a really good scene.
And definitely, I think it was either this scene or it was later, but it's irrelevant when it happened. Seth also took the time to cross his own name out, which I didn't elaborate on like at all. But the idea is basically like, if somebody comes across this paper, like if we get found or if like Seth loses it or something, like if another Carmeli finds it, they will look at it and be like it basically removes Seth's original persona as like a person they need to look for. Like that was his thinking anyway. It's like, well, if I cross the name off, whoever finds this is going to think that I've been located and that they have an understanding of me, and then they won't look for me anymore. So, not that like that would require me to no longer have this one specific piece of paper. It's not like me crossing it off on this matters for like every other piece of paper that's out there.
Yeah.
But in an instance where I no longer have it, if a Carmeli, or if I need to use it for that effect, like later on, I can like leverage that to be like, well, this person doesn't exist anymore or something like that. So
Seth just changes into a Carmelian Knight. Oh yeah, no, this guy doesn't exist anymore.
yeah, I mean that was his thinking. He's like, if I need to like submit this at some point, like
Yeah.
I don't know, Seth has plans within plans.
Yeah. No, that's fair. No, that makes a lot of sense, honestly. But so anyway, yeah. So the team.
I saw
actually
three
decides
other
to-
names. I saw three other names in
Yeah,
that paper though that intrigued me.
Yeah, I will get to that in just a moment
you're
because it
good.
does happen in like the next section right here. But the team makes a camp. They make a camp for the night because I think it was at like evening time and it wasn't going to look good. It'd make us really suspicious if we just rolled up at night in front of this place.
Yeah.
So we decided to just make camp, and we decided to take night watches, take turns watching throughout the evening.
Oh, that's right.
And-
Oh, I did all this at night. I'm remembering now. I'm
You
sorry.
did, yeah.
Yeah.
So Zara, Seth, and Evetta volunteered to do night watch because Dag was the one who actually set up the camps.
Yeah.
He set up the tents for us.
Dag needs his beauty rest, yo.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
needed it. So yeah, he's sleeping. Zara takes the first watch, and the one notable event that happened during her time was that there were a couple of ravens chilling there at the in the tree. And
Huh?
yeah, both of them had a third eye. And this is when she was like, huh?
Oh, the famous huh. The huh around the world.
Yeah. This is the famous huh?
That's what kicked off the war.
Huh?
Yeah, so she was that a spell that allowed you to speak with animals, or is that just like an innate thing?
It's a spell.
Okay, so yeah, she casts her spell to speak with the ravens to see what it is that they're actually there for, and they revealed that the reason why they have this third eye is because they're there to keep watch of the perimeter for its master, and they mentioned that their master was Wendell Levelin. So Zara is like kind of panicking a bit at this point because no idea if that means anything bad. Is it a good thing? Is it bad? We don't know. The ravens just say that, our presence has been noted. This was also the moment where I don't know. Zara didn't actually do that. This was actually meta-wise, but Queenie, you actually tried to command the bird?
Well, I was thinking about it, but then I got some reactions, and then I was like, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, you should
Yeah.
have done it anyways.
This was the moment where it was a kind of a visceral reaction to that, but it wasn't exactly bad. I don't think it was more like that kind of spell sort of thing. which I didn't realize what it was. I didn't know what everyone was freaking out about at the time. But looking into it, whoa, Zara actually knows this stuff? So I thought that was really interesting. I actually wonder if you ever, do you think you ever pull it up again? Oh, no, we can't. We're in Dayston. Just kidding. Oh,
Yeah.
never mind. I forgot already. Okay, well, I thought that was
Man,
cool.
that big orb be annoying, huh?
Yeah. Holy cow, that orb is quite debilitating. Jeez. But yeah, so that was basically it for the one event that happened with Zara. And so it's Seph's turn. This is when Seph actually takes the time to pull out the search warrant to examine it a bit further and see that he actually does recognize some of the names on the back of the list. Squid, would you like to talk about what you discovered there?
Yeah, just some people I know.
Oh, okay.
No, this is when Ryder hit me with the backstory I didn't know I had. Where yeah, basically there were 3 people. Actually, let me pull my notes up because I only remember Cecilia because forget the other 2. Yeah, there were technically 4 names on the bag. Obviously, there was Seph's original name, and then there was Delia Bearfeather, which is an Aarakocra who was like, I think you described it as like just like a class friend. Like we just like probably like knew each other from classes, just like got along like well enough. Like you know, like
you may have had like
acquaintance.
1 or 2 occasions where you hung outside of class.
Yeah.
But you know, it wasn't like just more yeah.
Orngeir Hark, which is a dwarf who also lived in Carmeli, who was like very much like pro Carmelian.
That
which
was
like kind of odd.
Yeah, which is odd to see his name there. Yeah.
And then Cecilia Fairlin, who is a young girl that Seph had met when Seph was also like much younger. I think like the idea was that like Seph met her when Seph was like first starting out at the magic colleges, and then they had developed a like older sibling, younger sibling kind of relationship. She joined the colleges because Seph was in them, and like they had like a pretty close-knit bond. And then obviously Seph eventually left Carmeli, and it was like kind of like a stab at Steph's heart that like, oh shit, she's in danger. Like that's not how this is supposed to work. I haven't said this. I don't think I've even said this to Ryder, but my idea is that like when Seph left, Seph didn't tell anyone, like not their parents, not their friends, not Cecilia. Like Seph just basically ghosted Carmeli and changed who they were. The idea being that it's like, I need to like, if anybody knows that I'm not here, they're in danger. So I need to tell no one and just leave, because if anybody knows anything about me leaving or me not being here, then they could be like implicated, or the Carmelis could take them away. So I like the idea that like Seph just like very begrudgingly was like, the way that I thought it out is like Seph probably planned for like the better part of a year and then just disappeared one day. And so and so like there's a part of Seph where it's like I see this name of like my the way that I think of it is like, this is like Cecilia's like my proto Evetta. This is like my previous protege who I like taught everything I knew, took care of, developed a very close bond with for like over the course of like a decade and a half. And then just like I had to leave one day, and then I see her name on this like most wanted list, and I'm just like, oh fuck.
Yeah. The curious thing is that Delia's and Orngeir's names were crossed out.
Yes.
But Cecilia's wasn't.
Yes.
So yeah, that implies that she has not been found yet. Carmeli are looking for her, just, they don't know where she is at the moment. Which is interesting. So does this mean that they're outside of Carmeli? Or does it actually matter if their name is on the list?
I think the idea is that you're no longer within the Carmeli borders.
It means
right,
that if your name is on that list, they are not aware that you are no longer within Carmeli.
I see. Okay.
And technically that can't, like, there can be some technicalities that where it's like you could exit Carmeli unlawfully, and then you get put on the list, and then you re-enter unlawfully, and they don't realize you're back. But that'd be really hard to execute. Also, that's a really dumb idea. But
Yeah.
for the most part, if your name was on the list, it means that they have found out either through records or investigation that you are no longer within Carmeli.
I see. Illegally crossing borders. Oh, Evetta's done that. Oh,
You say that it's a really dumb idea, but like, for a fact we're probably gonna have to do it.
Yeah.
We'll find a way.
And also that Seth is probably one of the only people who's actually equipped to do that properly.
Man. One day. We'll get there one day just to witness all of that.
Yeah, like I don't know how much. This is actually something that I wanted to ask you, but like it's never come up like in a session where like it would be relevant. And it's something that I'm sandbagging for when we do get to like a Carmeli like flavored art. But like I am genuinely curious, like if Seth would know like what the process and procedure for basically like a Carmeli expat coming back into the city again, because like I don't know, like I want to imagine like a scenario where like somebody flees Carmeli because they don't like it there, but ultimately like Carmeli just wants to know where you are and they just want to control you. They're not like, at least my read on it is that they're not as like horrendously militant as Dayston is. They just want to know everything. They want to know where you are and then control you when you're in the borders. I don't know if Seth knows like what actually happens like if you come back. If you're like, you know what? Tried living outside the borders for a while. That fucking sucked. I'm sorry. Misunderstanding. Can I be repatriated?
So since you said that Seth was deciding for the better part of a year, I would assume that he would have looked into like the punishments. Seth would know then that if you, it depends on the circumstances that you are rediscovered.
Yeah.
If you willingly hand yourself to the judges, not to the judges, but if you like willingly hand yourself back into the hands of the authority, your punishment will be way less severe than if they find you like crashing couches or like hiding in basements or attics or running along like the sewers within and if you are just very honest, then you think that the worst that you could probably get is a revoking of certain permits or some licenses of relating to magic, more specific things like the ability to the permits to like enchant anything or the permits to make any potions.
I imagine if you're a wizard, they probably like take your book or something like that.
You would be inspected or not inspected. You would throughout the course of about 6 months, or sorry, I'm gonna admit something. Last session, I completely forgot about the new calendar system that I had made. So, yeah, oh well. But over the course of 2 months in universe, which would equate to 4 months in our world, you would get your home would be routinely like searched, and you might have to do like you might have to do community service. But you're at the very least, there's definitely going to be some like restrictions on like services that you can use, and a lot more supervision until they deem you like, okay, like he's in the clear now.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine like that's something that Seth took into consideration as well, where it's like, well, if everything does go ass up out here, I could just show up back at Carmeli one day and be like, whoops.
Yeah, and you remember that there's only ever been one execution for someone who came back, and there was riots in the streets over that. There were a lot of protests over that, because it was they normally like, if you come back, you're like, well, we don't appreciate you leaving, but now that you're back, we're just gonna put you in the service as best we can.
Yeah. Again, the idea that like Carmeli likes to have all of the control, but like once they have you under their thumb, they're like, all right, now behave. Whereas in Dayston, it's like, oh, you made a mistake, now die.
Kind of, basically. Dayston is extremely paranoid. Yeah.
I like the dichotomy of like, Carmeli is like, we need to control everything. And like, if you leave the borders, it's like the parents that are like, okay, you know what? You can drink, but you have to do it at home, all right? Like, as long as I know that you're not out there getting drunk and driving, if you're only 18, yeah, you can have beers at home with your friends because I know you're safe. Whereas Dayston's like, did you like sniff a beer?
Yeah.
Well, give me something to hit you with.
Yeah, but then like the second that you're outside of Dayston, it's like, yeah, I don't fucking care about you, whatever, you're gone. I guess
you're not my problem anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like the duality of the systems between Dayston and Carmeli, and how like fundamentally they're like kind of like they both involve control, but just they approach it very fundamentally differently.
Yeah.
But I also imagine like the nature of how you left is probably like, determines your sentence once you get back. Like I imagine like, even if Seth was like randomly caught by like a bunch of guards, like a bunch of Carmeli knights and found out, like Seth's sentence would be completely like different from like if Voltus got caught.
Yeah.
This guy who like smuggled all these magic items and made like a big deal about leaving, as opposed to like Seth, who is ostensibly like just some random college kid who said, you know what, fuck the man, and then just left without telling anybody.
Yeah, if you only have unlawful exit and then like unlawful entry, if those are like your only charges on your I want to say account, but if those are like the only charges that you have on your record, then yeah, it's way less than if you already had like not like out, if you already had like existing crimes charged against you.
Which I can't imagine that Voltus did any other crimes while he lived in Carmeli. He seemed like such an upstanding young man.
Yes, interesting way to describe an upstanding citizen. So I will mention that, didn't you mention that there was a little fun fact with Seth's name regarding Cecilia?
Yeah. So this was a personal headcanon that I had. Again, just like I just think about D&D a lot. It's a cool game, and I like playing, and I like the characters, and I like my fellow players a lot, and it's good vibes. And one of the things that I had sort of come up with, which Ryder has I think mentioned is just now actual canon, but was just personal headcanon, was that Seth's name, so the name on the paper, which is the person that Seth was basically their entire life while they lived in Carmeli, the only people knowing that Seth is a changeling being Seth's parents. That Seth's nickname, Seth, which is what he uses now, because Seth's full actual name is Pséftis, but nobody calls him that.
Yeah.
But that the nickname Seth was also the nickname that he had when he lived in Carmeli, and that he got it from Cecilia. Amby knows and Ryder knows. It's really just Quenie who's out in the dark here. And the listeners. What Seth's previous name is. The idea is that, like, I think you said that, like, Seth met Cecilia when Cecilia was, like, 8 or, like, just, like, a young child. And I like the idea that, like, Cecilia couldn't, in the way that, like, little kids do, it's like they can't pronounce, like, a long, complicated name. And Seth being an elf and having a long, complicated name Cecilia started calling Seth that as like her like little childhood nickname, and then it just stuck. And that's what Seth used basically for like, you know, their friends, and like informally that's what they were called while they lived in Carmeli. And Seth carried that with them when they left. The idea being like, this is the one piece of my past life that I'll hold on to. Also, if I ever see Cecilia again, she'll know it's me. At least like that's sort of what Seth is like telling himself now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man. Okay. Yeah, honestly, that is really cute. It is adorable.
I wasn't ready to have, because like I gave Ryder a backstory, but like especially with like a new DM, like I didn't want to overload Ryder when I was giving, like I gave you like a pretty fleshed out character concept, and I was like, this is what I want, this is the backstory, anything else we need to add, we can figure it out. And I didn't want to overload you because I know that it can be like, you know, it's a lot because you start a campaign and then you've got 4 people all telling you about their character or whatever, so it's a lot to handle. And so I just gave you like a really basic thing, and then so Ryder sprung this was like, you know, a former protege of yours, a young girl that you met, was kind of like your little sister. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, that's tragic, I'm gonna cry now. Who's cutting onions?
Oh.
Which I really liked. That was a fun little surprise, and I was like, cool. And it helped flesh out the character more, which I really enjoyed.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think it totally would have been fine if you wanted to add. And again, this goes for everyone here, but I'm totally okay with if you continue, like, there is like too much of everything, but for the backstories that I have right now, like I totally would have been okay if everyone had like doubled what they had.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point I've more or less like fully figured out the idea with Seth. It's just like, you know, they're just a regular college kid who, you know, ended up getting extremely disillusioned and left. And I think we've more or less like sort of figured that out as we've gone along. And like, you know, one day I might go back to it and like punch it up and like add in everything that we've sort of like discovered along the way. But I think at this point they're pretty well figured out. But I enjoy the process of like learning about my own character as we go through the game. At this point, if like a random curveball was thrown at me, I'd probably be like, damn, all right, cool, this is what we're doing now. But like I like that we were able to add like little tidbits, or like, you know, this was my version of like, here's, you know, one extra thing for your character, something that you didn't know that fleshes them out some more. I'm like, all right, cool, Evetta had that last episode.
Oh yeah.
And we'll cover that eventually. But I like the idea. It's like, your backstory is not like your backstory is impermanent, right? Like you can add to it as long as it doesn't like retconning it, like that's not like, that's a no-no. But the idea that you can like take the core of what's there and enhance it like through the game, I really enjoy that a lot.
Yeah, I enjoy that quite a lot too.
I'm gonna throw you a curveball where it's like, it's me, I'm your son, Dad.
Yeah. I feel like if something like yeah, you have to kind of play it safe, because if you go too left field, it's like, wow, what the fuck? Like, okay, I guess I'm playing a different character than I thought. Like, that's bad feels, but I like the idea of taking, like, who the character is and just, like, twisting it slightly and being like, here's something that you didn't know, but that fundamentally still works with everything that's been established so far. I like that a lot. But yeah, if we find out, you know, Dag's got like 8 dwarven kids somewhere, that'd be kind of, you know, let's roll with it.
I wonder how he would react to that.
Oh my.
Fucking Cecilia pulls her face up, or Liliana pulls her face off at Cecilia the whole time. She's also a changeling. So yeah, and that's the kind of shit you got to be careful with, because if it's too ridiculous, it's just an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Nobody likes those. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. So going back to the recap, Seth did his watch. This basically took like the next 4 hours to do his little night watch thing. Evetta takes the 3rd watch, and this is the one that was a little unique, and there was an actual encounter that happened in the night while everyone was asleep.
Oh, yeah, this was fun.
Yeah, so Evetta actually did notice some movement around in the darkness, and of course she's like, let me pull out my gun, you know, that sort of thing. But then she realizes, it's pretty late at night. I probably shouldn't be doing that. So what she does instead is that she picks up a nearby rock and imbues it with light. So it starts glowing and then tosses it in the direction of whatever's moving in the bushes. And I didn't expect this, but I managed to smack the guy right in the face. So, smacked a little creature in the face. The rock, the illuminated rock, actually reveals that there were at least 4 other creatures of the same type, just hovering behind them as well. So it looked like they were trying to ambush us for whatever reason. We were probably on their little land or something like that. And the rock did show, I think the rock showed that there was a bear trap. Yeah, the rock actually landed on a bear trap that was presumably set by those creatures too. So it seems that they had actually been watching us for quite some time and setting it up so that we would get attacked. This was the moment where Evetta didn't want to, she didn't want to risk making too much noise. So she woke up Dag to see if she could get some help in dealing with these mysterious creatures of the night. Oh, I forgot she actually put on the Sam Fisher goggles.
All right, rewind a bit.
Well, at the time, I don't think she actually put them on. But after she woke up Dag and pulled him out of sleep or whatever it was, yeah, she finally put on her goggles of night and put away her gun, pulled out her little dagger instead to see if any of those creatures would come close. Dag immediately recognizes those creatures to be little kobolds. So this should be easy peasy and everything. There were like 5 of them, I think. And so he's also trying not to make any noise while he's fending off these kobolds. But of course, they're all ganging up on him while Evetta's over here just fumbling around, spinning in the dark, wondering, oh my god, what am I supposed to do? What do I do? I can't shoot.
It's a really funny image to imagine her doing this. Wide brim, top hat and all, with just this 3 lens night vision goggles.
Yeah.
You've got this, she's dressed ostensibly like a steampunk Victorian with a Glock. Yeah. And next to her, and she had Sam Fisher goggles on. And then next to her is this dwarf wielding an axe, and they're having this 2v5 combat in the dead of night next to 2 sleeping people, and it's just such a great mental image of Dag cleaving a kobold in half, and then Zeph rolls over in his sleeping bag and snores a little bit, and then headshots another kobold, and then Zara buries her head in her pillow. Just I just love just this in the movie that is the campaign, it just cuts back and forth between these 2 very disparate scenes. It just amuses me endlessly.
Yeah, so that scene was great. I actually had a bit of fun with this one. It didn't seem like it was an actual encounter of sorts, even though there was some kind of faux initiative of sorts. But faux initiative. This was the single encounter where Dag actually reveals he can grow a tail. No idea why he can do that, but apparently a tail grew. And
he's a shapeshifter, get him.
Get him.
That ain't right, boy.
Go get him.
I don't remember what he was doing. With the tail, he was attacking them with it as well, on top of using the great axe. I can't remember. I didn't write this down.
I too don't know what I can't remember if he did a specific thing. I know what the tail can do, so I would describe what he would use it for, but I don't know if that's what he did. That tail allows him, whenever he gets attacked, and I don't remember if he gets attacked or if someone within 5 feet of him gets attacked, or if he can do that as well. I can't remember if it works on just him or if it also works on allies within 5 feet of him, or whatever, anyone within 5 feet of him. He can make a reaction to roll a d8 and then reduce the attack roll by that much. So, which is very cool. I don't know.
It's kind of like a free feat, basically, because there's or not free feat. There's like it's like a free fighting style. There's a fighting style that allows him to do that, but the tail like also gives him it basically will give him what he like would be losing for not taking that specific fighting style, which is cool.
I can't remember if he ever like got to the point. No, where am I going with this? I don't remember if any of the kobolds managed to attack him though.
No.
They did.
Remember.
Well, some of them
They
threw
did?
rocks. One of them actually did get up close and try to knife him.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was at the very end, though. But yeah, Dad grows tail. I don't know if he was using it defensively at that moment, but he did, and he enraged at this time.
I want to tell you about growing a tail.
Yeah, this was like after he sustained some damage and stuff. Dad just like, he decided to rationally rage because he got hit and stuff. And Evetta, at this time, she finally picks up the rock that she had imbued with light and stuff. This time, she imbues it with something else, basically the ability to project an image of sorts. And she decided to allow it to conjure an owl bear. So she throws that right into the middle of the crowd where all the kobolds were, which was exactly where Dag was located too, because she didn't realize that at the time she saw the kobolds, but she threw it into the middle. And Dag thought it was an actual owl bear that was charging at him. I don't know if he like dodged or anything.
I can't remember. I can't remember what he did either. I think he. I can't remember. Did he dodge? I think he did. Yeah, because he dodged. But one of the kobolds saw through the illusion, so he just stood there. And Dag dodged out of the way of the owlbear, and he just watched this kobold just stand up to this owlbear and not flinch. He was like, dang, that's a strong kobold.
that is a like mightily impressive feat for a kobold.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, so all the other ones were scared off and such. And so finally we were left alone. Well, okay, after Dag beat up that last kobold. But
finally we were left alone because the Dag beating up a kobold.
Yeah. But it was finally at this moment where morning starts to hit. We had like at least an hour left of long rest or whatever it was. So I wasn't sure if it was a joke, but Seth made a comment about seeing Dag's tail in the VOD.
Oh.
I remembered that, but I don't know. Was that a joke or?
Because I think like I woke up at the tail end of the combat, I think, and like the tail was still out, and yeah, it was like half in the way that Seth obfuscates everything. It was a half joke, half of a that's cool. Like in game, actually, Seth would have been like he probably would have been like, oh, neat. We'll have to talk about that later, because like. Seth has a vested interest in the idea that, oh, you can also do something kind of cool. You're a little different than me, but that's neat.
I see.
I'd like to revisit this at some point.
Did Zara see it?
I don't think so. I didn't take note of it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, Zara was probably still waking up when Dag was finally, rescinding the tail and everything. So she would not have known. But yeah, we finally make our way to the Levelin Manor. Get to the front gates and everything. Initially, there was a bit of a commotion at the gates, but it was just some random noble who was just yelling at the guards for not letting him in because he thought he set up an appointment and such. And it was a pretty pathetic argument, sorts. Finally, they let him through, and so Seth gets to speak with the guard and shows that he. Oh, I'm sorry. I should probably back up a little bit. So this was the point where Seth actually revealed that he had these talismans that signified the different schools of magic that he mastered in, or something like that. Yeah, his degrees in magic, and he described himself as being a master in transmutation and an undergraduate of sorts in abjuration.
Yup.
Yeah, which at the time Zara was like, "Bruh," and Evetta's like, "Ooh." So
no, I had a lot of fun choosing those because they're the two. Obviously, transmutation makes a lot more sense when you realize that he's a fucking changeling. Of course, he'd be good at that.
Yeah.
But yeah, transmutation and abjuration. Abjuration is one of the ones that his sorcerer subclass like specifically works with. So I was like, yeah, you'd have like a vested interest in learning that because it goes directly with like the type of magic that he uses. And then yeah, transmutation just makes sense because he has a personal interest in it. And he would just be innately good at it because it's just like he has it like literally woven into his DNA more or less. Like a human would need to spend like, years of study and get like a 3rd level spell slot to do what like I can just do because I'm me. So I like the idea that and yeah, he had these like again because Seth wouldn't throw out something that would be a resource. Yeah, he took these talismans that like he earned as a student in Carmeli and like wore them basically again to back up what he was saying like when he meets with Voltus to be like, hey man, I get it. Like I don't like them either. I know where you're coming from. Obviously, that didn't pan out when it actually came up. But yeah, the idea that he could like, reach out to Voltus from like a similar like point of view and be like, yeah, like, look, we're not so different, you and I.
Yeah, effectively using those talismans as proof that we're on the same side here.
Yeah,
let's cooperate. But but that kind of actually was what you used in front of the guards at the front gate, just to like. Convince them that you're an acquaintance of Voltus, that you want to speak to him on important matters and such. And we find out that the guards actually know sending. And at the time, I didn't think anything of it. But Seth was the one who was like, oh, sending? That's just unnecessary. There are efficient ways to actually, send messages to each other. You don't have to cast that. But what other things can they actually use other than like casting message?
Well, there is the sending stone, which is a
that's right.
that is a
sorry, I think I muted myself.
So that is like a cannon, not cannon. But that is like a magical item that's like within the Dungeon Master's Guide. So it is like a, it's like from the source books. But then of course there's always like homebrewed options. So there's like a million different ways that they can, if you want to include like homebrew, then
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Ascending Stone is
like Ascending Stone is the more like mundane. Like Ascending Stone is what like an average person would use to get the effects of a sending spell. Like if you're just like Joe Schmo, like townsperson, and you want to have a sending stone to talk to your wife when you're like away on business, like that's not that unheard of. But like for a random guard to just whip out a 3rd level spell slot to talk to his boss is like, all right, you're kind of showing off, but also I don't want to fight you now because you're using 3rd level spell slots to like have a phone call.
Yeah, which at the time, I had no idea. I didn't know how strong a spell sending would be, or classified as.
It's just sort of the it's less about sending itself being a very strong spell, and more about the implication that if your random house guard has 3rd level spell slots, like god, and they're willing to waste. And they're willing to waste it on sending, as opposed to again.
And if every guard has access to that, then this place has some high security.
Yeah, exactly. So...
And like Ascending Stone, like that's a pretty like it's an uncommon magic item, like, but it's pretty mundane. Like it again, it wouldn't be unheard of for like a random villager to have one to be able to like keep up with your wife and kids when like you're out working in the fields or something.
Yeah, just for reference, for this is more for Amby, but in the Dungeon Master's Guide, they like have like recommendations for when you give certain rarity of magic items out to parties or to your players. Like, for example, for rares, it's like level 5, I think. And for very rare, it's like level 11? It might be a little lower than that. I can't remember. Maybe I'm thinking like legendary.
Wow.
But for common and uncommon, the recommended level is level 1.
Oh.
So, yeah. It's, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, well. Yeah, Evetta just found it interesting that these people knew magic. Like, oh, your eyes glow. Oh, interesting. And she actually recognized the spell too.
The completely different response from Evetta versus Seth.
Right. What did Zara think? Did she recognize that it was sending?
You know, Queenie, I feel like we're still a part of me feels like we're still unsure as to how magic is reacted to in Irving.
Yeah.
I feel like there's like a weird internal conflict that I think we haven't gotten to actually flesh out. Because I think we've already established now that Zara seems to be not dazed to levels of hatred of the arcane, clearly. But it seems like she's got like some
aversion of sorts.
Internalized discrimination against it or something.
Yeah.
That's the wrong word. But yeah, like there's she clearly has some kind of bias against it, but we've just again this is your character. You can do whatever you want with her. So if you want to decide like, oh, maybe her parents were like, don't do it, you're like, okay, then sure. But we've not fleshed. Yeah, we've just. I don't know. It doesn't feel like we haven't really fleshed that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to know more about Zara's actual opinion on what she had seen so far, what she thinks of Arcane now that she's seen some applications of it where it hasn't been as detrimental to her.
Except for that time I shot that guy in the face.
Yeah.
That time I shot that guy in the face.
That's a little iffy.
Oh.
I like the idea. It's like Sev casts like a healing spell, and it's like, oh, that's nice. And then Sev takes a dude's head off with a firebolt. It's like, what the fuck? Zara's like, I don't know how to feel about this.
But
Oh, that's
yeah.
so cool. Okay.
But yeah, so Seth lets the guards know that he wants to speak to Voltus. The guard casts sending to Voltus and basically lets our presence known to him. And we're all forced to wait for Voltus to finally respond to his voicemail. So we just parallel park our horses out on the side to let other people in and stuff. And so this was never really brought up any other time, but there was a noticeably ornate carriage that also rolled past us. It had two carriages tied to it. It had armored horses and stuff, and it looked like there was like a female noble passenger inside the carriage. And the one thing that stood out about it, well, outside of those, is the fact that it had a fancy letter L, like embroidered on, I think, whatever fabric was on those carriages or something. I assumed that was a Levelin family member, but I didn't say anything about it. No one made any comments on it, so I wasn't sure if we needed to talk about that, or we probably should have used that as some information to continue the conversation with Wendell or whatever. I wasn't sure. I don't know. Did any of you guys notice that or wanted to bring it up? I guess not. Moving on then.
I honestly
It was muted
thought
again.
She was another
I'm sorry.
woman, like a noble woman.
I'm
just thought
sorry.
This was like another
I'm just thinking about it from Squid's perspective. He's like, yeah, so I mean, okay, so no one's talking. Wait, hey.
I was literally in the middle of talking, and then he's like, all right, fine. I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to be real. I haven't eaten since noon, and I haven't had dinner yet. I am muting myself because I'm cooking while we're talking right now.
Oh, I see. That makes sense.
I am in between, I'm sauteing chicken and frying vegetables right now. So I keep muting myself so it doesn't get picked up over the mic.
No, that makes sense. That's fair.
When
and I keep
cooking stream when.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm down.
Let's play the cook with me. No, anyway.
I keep doing it on my headset instead of Discord, so I don't have to keep grabbing my phone.
Yeah.
So
I see.
I keep being like, damn it, and I have to grab, undo my headset and be like, all right. So anyway, sorry. At the time, I had assumed that it was like Wendell or something, and then you mentioned that it was like a female noble. I didn't realize, like, I didn't think to ask this later, but in retrospect, I was wondering, was this the young girl that we met, like, in the library? Was this her returning? That was my other thought. Was it could have been her, like, just like out and about or whatever. But I don't know. We didn't. Yeah, and then I'll be real. Completely forgot about the carriage afterwards, because this is like the last thing that happened in the session. Like, we go inside, we have a conversation, and then like that's it. And then we play again next week. By the time we played again, it just completely left my brain.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That is definitely fair. What did Zara think of that carriage?
I thought she was a noblewoman, and since it was a manor, I was like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then that was it.
Yeah, it was the carriage was incredibly ornate, so it made sense that it was probably a family member of this manor. Just didn't know who it was in particular, but yeah, it could have been the little girl.
Missed it. The L didn't stand for level, and on the fine print it said Lilian.
Oh my god.
Ryder, putting you away for thought crimes.
Oh no. But yeah, so that happened. Quite some time passes. It's like at least 30 minutes of waiting. We're just like twiddling our thumbs on top of our horses, or whatever it is. And finally, Voltus finally responds. And of course, the first thing that Voltus says is like, I don't know who Pséftis is. So
fuck off.
It was just like, yeah, right. It was like, well, duh, of course he wouldn't know who Pséftis is, but like for lack of a better term, Voltus was just not in the mood to talk to us about whatever important stuff that we had for him, which was kind of odd.
Ryder, how old is Voltus? The reason I'm asking, let me this is not completely out of left field. Would Seth in the academies like have
would
met
have
Voltus?
met Voltus?
Yeah. Because like if they're like roughly the same age, like obviously they studied like different tracks, but like they might have like come across each other.
Tieflings age at the Tieflings age at the same rate as?
Or just like if they would have like maybe just been at the academies like at around the same time. Not necessarily like the exact same class.
Yeah, no. But let me do some quick research.
Am I Voltus' senpai? That's what I need to know.
Oh god. Yeah, you find on him, you find like in his room like crudely drawn pictures of Seth. You find like a little shrine.
Oh
man.
Oh my god.
Why did I make Seth a hot elf?
Oh, you would have been.
This is where it comes back to bite me.
Well, sorry, I'm debating. Should this be something? I guess it. Yeah. Voltus would be around 25.
Okay. So actually, oh man, so Voltus would have been around like Cecilia's age group, like as far as like attending the college then. So I am his senpai.
Oh god.
I mean,
technically you are.
This is all out of game, just like bullshitting. But I just was curious if there's ever a scenario where like Voltus and like Seth would have crossed paths.
Okay, well, yeah.
Oh, that would have been
even
interesting.
Even just like in like a mundane sense. Not that they have like a history, because they probably wouldn't. Because why would Seth care? But like if Voltus is in like the same like class or something as like Cecilia, or like the same like age group, like ostensibly like we could have just run across each other at some point and not known it, which I just find that interesting.
So yeah, Voltus doesn't want to talk to us, but instead Wendell might actually want to hear what we have to say. So the party was still allowed through the gates, thankfully. One thing that was notable about the manor was the fact that there was this, I believe this dragon statue situated on top of the manor. Not sure why that was important, but I just wanted to like bring that up in case like someone had any thoughts on the fact that there was a bunch of dragon iconography around.
Yes, because to this day, I'm a little less on it than I was. But at the time, in my mind, Wendell is a shapeshifted dragon, and I'm really annoyed that he's actually just a Dracula. And I really wanted him to be a shapeshifted dragon the whole time. Because I like the idea, in my mind, of a dragon who shapeshifts into a human winemaker and just makes the most ass-tasting wine, like the most garbage ever. But if you're a dragon, it tastes incredible. And I like the idea that he thinks it's amazing because to him it is amazing. But everyone else is like, what is this swill?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how is business booming when it's this bad? What?
I gotta be honest, I did not expect the dragon stuff to really catch on.
I don't know why. I just like the second you started describing the dragons, I'm like, this motherfucker a fucking dragon. It's just like
I was
really latched
tempted.
on.
I was tempted to completely change his character to be that way, but I was like, and I'll just keep this generic plot twist.
No, he's Dracula. Which is also fun. I'm not here to diss Dracula.
Yeah. Speaking of that, yeah, we do take note of the giant painting of Wendell Llewellyn, who is described to basically look like Dracula from Castlevania. It was kind of funny how Seth was particularly interested in staring at this painting for a while longer than usual. Evetta is used to that, I think. I think she's probably like witnessed Seth do that a few times with some other paintings or whatever, but she didn't think anything of it. I don't know if anyone else noticed how awkward it is or whatever it is.
Yeah, just the idea that like Seth, again, he just has like a vested interest in people's faces, especially somebody as powerful and important as Wendell. He internalizes like the facial structures of people because that's an asset.
Yeah,
that
makes
that.
Makes sense. Definitely makes sense. So, did Zara have any thoughts on that? Did she think it was weird? Or was it just something that she just brushed under the rug? Oh, okay.
But I think she has this, like, already, somewhat of a connotation with Seth that they're just not gonna align. And so part of her just, like, questions it mentally, but then doesn't do much about it. She's just like, oh, he's being Seth.
Yeah, he's just being Seth.
But that's the thing, right? Is, like, Seth's kind of a weird dude, but, like, because he's charismatic, I think he's able to play it off well. But like fundamentally, Seth is like a bit of an oddball, and he like realizes that, and he kind of like he plays to that, like because he's able to then like disarm people by being charismatic when he needs to be. But like if you were to just really take a moment to like look at Seth, like he's a bit weird, which again like. That sort of plays into the idea that changelings are like, we're these weird fake creatures that steal people's faces. Like, yeah, we're a little fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah. But, I mean, that's okay. It still wasn't revealed you were a changeling, or Seth was a changeling, still. So
I'm just staring at faces, man. I just like faces.
You just stare at faces. Evetta just figured that, oh, maybe you just like paintings? I suppose.
Yes. I'm just appreciate the finer things in life,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, she didn't question it at all. We got to the foyer for this magnificent manor, and we were greeted by this elegant stewardess, secretary, whoever it is.
So great.
Who has the voice of Raz, apparently.
And the face of a horse.
Yes, the face of a horse. She was the horse accordion that accompanied us that session. That was great. Oh my god. But yeah, she basically instructed us to remove all of our weapons, all of our gear, and change into these specific clothes for Wendell, for our appointment with Wendell and stuff. Of course, our weapons are taken away again. What is this, like the second time? Is it the second or third time? I can't remember. But yeah, Avetta's anxiety just spikes because her flintlock is... She has to give up her flintlock again. She no longer has her security blanket, so she's on edge throughout this entire session.
I
God, yeah,
Everyone
imagine
knows.
not having access to like, the main thing that like defines you and makes you who you are. Your main means of like defense and protection and offense, and not having that for several sessions in a row. What's that like? No, this is actually great though, because you did say out loud, like, again, like we keep losing these, and me as both a player and as Seth are riding this high horse of like, haha, silly weapon users, you don't have the things that you need to protect yourselves. Ha, me, a superior mage, doesn't need such tomfoolery. Enters Daston. Oh, hold up now. Guys, I'm soft and squishy, and everybody has all these sharp objects. Help!
So you know how it feels now. Oh, no.
Guys, I do 1 damage when I punch. Help!
Yeah. Thank God there has been no combat yet within Dason.
Within Daston. Yeah, we'll just randomly get into fist fights with some drunk people or something. There we go. That's what it is.
That's the plan.
Yeah. If only he didn't just disappear.
I know, right? God. But yeah, so Evetta begrudgingly changes into a dress, not actually realizing that, she actually had a choice in what clothes she wanted to wear. Seth was the one who actually starts picking through the clothes, wondering, like, is there a specific style that Wendell prefers and everything? And of course, the stewardess is just like, yes, he prefers those clothes. So, all right, fine. We change into those clothes. Seth picks out, like, a decent combination of outfits. He apparently looks really good in his outfit, but it's completely different from what everyone else is wearing, what he had been wearing before. Because I think he was wearing armor, or leather armor.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
Yeah, so because we were told to take all of our armor and stuff off. One of the things that I did was when I went into the changing room, I like made a big deal about grabbing all these different clothes. I put them on over the top of my armor so as to not remove it, because again, I'm a soft, squishy boy. And then I cast Disguise Self on myself, because it's pretty obvious when you're wearing armor underneath clothes, even light armor, it would stand out a little bit, because things wouldn't fit right and you'd look weirdly bulky. It's like wearing 3 t-shirts basically.
Yeah.
And so the idea he cast Disguise Self.
3 t-shirts would somehow be more inconspicuous.
Yeah, probably, yeah. And it'd be like wearing a bulletproof vest, actually, underneath the t-shirt.
Yeah.
And then he cast Disguise Self on himself that just replaced an illusory duplicate of the clothes he was wearing, but to look just to look normally fitting. Basically just duplicating his outfit, but basically hiding the extra padding from the armor underneath, so that he could still be protected without breaking their rules to their knowledge.
Yeah. So, yep, that is Seth's outfit. He looks great. He encourages Evetta to change again because she doesn't look comfortable at all in that dress, so she should probably wear something she actually wants to wear,
The idea that Evetta's fine, I guess I'll wear a dress. I don't really want to, but I'll look girly and blah, blah, blah. And then Seth comes out looking magnificent, but bizarre. And he's like, just wear what you want then. Fuck it.
Yeah. So, yeah, she does actually go back in and rechanges. This is also... Okay, so this is the first instance
Zara
where...
has that little moment where she's arguing with the
Yes, yeah, I was just about to bring that up. This is the first instance where we actually see Zara's nobility kind of kick in a way. I'm not sure if she was acting out or if she, actually was this demanding, whatever it was. But yeah, she begins nitpicking about the quality of the clothes, what she actually wants to wear. She starts demanding what she wants to wear.
No, I wasn't ready for the heel turn of Zara being a Karen, actual biggest anime betrayals.
Yeah. That was so funny. And yeah, Ivetta's over here just witnessing some of this and I've never seen this side of Zara. What's going on? And the funniest moment out of that was how Zara wanted to wear the clothes of the servant for some reason. She wanted to wear what they were wearing. It's a guy. So it was
yeah.
yeah, so what happened during the whole segment?
He got some fine looking clothes. And break the gender norms.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's bad, Linda. There's been a lot of times where you have a different mental image of what's happening. I'm thinking of a specific moment recently where you took the party on a detour to a tavern to look for an animal.
That's weird.
That doesn't sound like Zara at all, dude.
Yeah. Right. That must be Dag.
That must be Dag.
It was Dag. Yeah. It was totally Dag. But yeah, I was actually kind of curious on the reasoning behind Zara's 180 in personality during that segment, where they had to change clothes and stuff. What was your particular reason for that?
It was more of the fact that she would have been thinking that if she was picky and was hard to work with, maybe they would have let her gotten away with like not changing. And so she was just being hard to work with.
I see.
So that maybe they wouldn't want to work with her.
I actually really like that. That's cool.
Yeah, that was actually pretty cool. Unfortunately, that
But it
didn't
didn't
work
work.
out. Yeah, it didn't work
I
at
should have
all.
let you do a persuasion check. Did I let you do that? I don't think I did. Okay.
I don't
yeah,
think so.
I probably should have let you do a persuasion check.
Darn. Yeah, that would have been interesting if, everyone rolled up in some fancy wear and then here's Zara.
In
her armor. Yeah, all that chainmail. Yeah, and then poor Dag. Poor little Dag. He's just like scratching his head the whole time at all of this. It's like, do I have to? But he did end up putting like this little blouse of some sort.
For some reason, the
Fancy
idea of Dag wearing a shirt with sleeves just feels wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like putting a bow tie on a dog. It's like, what's happening?
I know, right? This little tuxedo on a dog. But yeah, so that basically happened. Seth is kind of like, he's kind of acting out a bit because apparently his anxiety was getting the better of him at this point because number one, he just got rejected by Voltus. His kohai did not listen to him at all. Number two,
I'm joking on food.
This is the curveball. Voltus is actually in love with Seth. That's the curveball here.
Wow.
Honestly, I'd be fine with that because I feel like you'd be the one who's way more awkward than me in role-playing that one out, so go for it, bud. If you want to do that, you have my full permission because that will be hilarious.
Oh, that'd be great.
You have to engineer like a scenario now where Seth is in his elf form.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
and Voltus is there.
Oh. But yeah, Seth got rejected. He's now forced to follow these strange instructions that basically took him out of his control. He can't quite weasel himself out of it in a way. And then he also can't stop thinking about the 3 names that he recognized on the search warrant. Because, yeah, they're people that he knew. They're wanted by, Carmeli. And one of the names is not crossed out, so he has no idea if she's even still alive. So, yeah.
It's been a long day for Seth, and it's only like 2:30 in the morning.
Right? Yeah, it's early morning, and yeah, he's already acting out. So he starts demanding wine at the stewardess and everything. Of course, the stewardess just is not backing down with her holy rasness. So
it's like it's the holy trinity of Voltus is being a dickhead, and Seth's already like, this is gonna go well because he's already like not receiving us well, so that's obnoxious. So the plan's already not fully coming together, and he's still worried with these background thoughts of like, oh, like, you know, where's Cecilia? What's going on there? And then I think the cherry on the cake is this accordion horse is just being like so unreasonable, because it started out as Seth just being like, hey, yeah, can we get some wine? Just like trying to like, you know, just trying to like grease the wheels and just like, you know, just like, I'm at a winery, why would I not ask for wine? Like, let's just, you know, do what you would expect to be done here. And then she just like continues to be like, I think you described her as like Roz from Monsters Inc. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Seth's just like, you know what? You're the last thing I need right now, lady.
Yeah. Yeah, so after some arguing, some back and forth, and, you know, everything, the stewardess finally caves in and actually personally retrieves Wendell herself, because apparently Wendell does actually want to speak with us and stuff. She takes forever to get up and go look for him. She's just like crawling out the door. The party is basically left to themselves, waiting on this lady to finally come back with Wendell. And after just eons, Wendell appears and he greets everyone with this big smile and everything. However, he's noticeably different from the paintings. And this was the point where I, as the player, noticed it, but I didn't say anything at all because I assumed that there had been some time. So this Wendell that greeted us at the table had tan skin, and he had a slight chub in his cheeks. He was also so much more casual in how he presented himself, too. Completely different from what we gathered from the painting. Because in the painting, he had light skin, and his cheeks were sunken in as well. So, yeah. This was actually where the session ended, so that's probably why none of us remembered to bring it up.
I just didn't catch it because I'm not observant as a person.
Oh, darn.
Again,
I really should have said something.
You should have, because I maintain Seth would have noticed. I know for a fact that I would never, like, if this happened to me IRL, I wouldn't have noticed it. And I clearly missed it as we were playing it out. Some rum was probably involved, but
yeah,
Seth definitely would have noticed, but yeah.
Like I said last time, I thought that there had been a lot of time that happened between the paintings and this version of Wendell, because maybe he got a suntan. Maybe he went sunbathing at some point, just hung out at a beach somewhere or whatever it was and just got a tan. And so, yeah, I regret not saying anything. That probably would have helped in perpetuating the following conversation that happened. But yeah, this was basically where episode 5 ended. So now we get to go into episode 6, where the entire conversation, this was probably the longest session that we had had. So tons of things had happened. But the very first one was the fact that we had conversations with Wendell and eventually Voltus. Wendell was the one who, I don't know how to describe it. God dang. Well, Seth tries to take the lead. He was the one who was taking control of the conversation this entire time. Everyone else was silent, for the most part. For my reasoning behind that was because I wasn't exactly sure what we were trying to get out of Wendell, because we needed to talk to Voltus, not Wendell. So I honestly had no idea what to say, what to ask him.
Yeah, it basically sums up my thoughts on the matter. But no, I think in Seth's mind, what he was trying to go for is like, all right, Voltus is a lost cause, at least at this moment. We need to learn what we can about Lavellin Manor and see, because like it's all unknowns at this point, right? Like at this point in the story for us as both players and as characters, this is like we're at like a weird dead end where it's like we know that there's this like greater plot happening, but our only real threat is this. And so Seth's sort of like, we need to see what Wendell knows, and then from that, see if we can get closer to Voltus. And this guy seems like a pompous idiot, and I work really well with those. So we're gonna try and butter this guy up and see what we can get out of him, and then get to Voltus, who is probably the person who actually knows stuff. And then just sort of go from there. And yeah, just sort of like trying to play off of off of Wendell's like vanity, and trying to like, you know, just get him on our side to see what, if anything, we can learn. Because again, like, we just need information. Like, we just need to learn something so that we can figure out what to do and where to go from here. Because otherwise, we're just going to continue sort of running around in circles without anything like driving us. So just trying to steer the conversation in a way where this guy ends up on our side and is willing to either volunteer help or volunteer information. We need one of those two things out of this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and obviously it was pretty hard to glean anything from him at the time.
Yeah, because of the pompous idiot.
Yeah, he was quite the buffoon.
Wine sucked, dude. That wine sucked.
Yeah, that is true. So it was in this initial conversation where Wendell does reveal that he had no idea about Voltus's, like, I guess, side hustle as a magical artifacts dealer. He didn't know about that, but he is aware of Liliana. He mentioned that he was aware of a halfling woman and her friend, a half-elf, which I thought was interesting. He didn't say drow, so I don't know if half-elf was supposed to imply the drow, but no one really brought that up. It was just the fact that that he was aware of Liliana, that kind of took center stage for a while.
My assumption is just that the drow can just illusion himself, or Liliana has multiple contacts. Especially like from Seth's point of view, hearing that somebody is like disguising themselves, he's like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Like, sure. Especially if you're a drow, and like Seth knows the history of the drow in this area in particular, and he's like, yeah, you probably would want to disguise yourself. Like, you would adopt some sort of persona. So like, the reason why I didn't bring it up is because to Seth, and also kind of to me, the player, I was like, yeah, that's Gans. Like, that makes sense. Like, of course, he wouldn't be, like, out as a drow.
Yeah, I did not know that. I didn't know if it was somebody else entirely. But, of course, yeah, like, no names were really, like, named. So I couldn't get anything confirmed, really. It was just Voltus, and then a Goliath named Marcus, and then the halfling woman, Liliana, that we know of, that Wendell is aware of, at least.
I will say that, like, just meta-wise, drows, they are full elves, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
They are like full elves. They're just a different. There's elves have their own kind of
like subspecies.
Yeah, subspecies. There's like high elf, wood elf, and then
drow.
Drows, and then there's more that's introduced if you I think there's more in the Mordenkainen's Monsters of the Multiverse, I think.
You get the Shadowfell elf, and
I was thinking those,
and like the Dusk elves and stuff. There's also like you get like the Eladrin, which are also kind of like elves but not quite like.
Yeah, and then there's like the Fey elves or something.
Yeah, that's the Eladrin are like.
Is that Eladrin? Okay.
Yeah, they're like halfway between what elves were in the Feywild and what elves are in the material plane. They're not quite fully Fey and immortal, and they're not quite fully like, what the elves are now that they exist outside of the Feywild. They're like this weird in-between state, which they're also cool. The elves are fucking sweet.
Yeah.
But yeah, the idea that like a drow, drow are full elves, but the idea that a drow would want to hide their identity, like, just didn't surprise Seth, and he was just like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's probably that guy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Evetta's just like, what? Another elf?
Seth being a weird dude just like assumes that like, well, yeah, of course you'd have a backup identity. Again, like the conversation that like the conversation that Evetta and Seth have, where like much later on, where Seth's like, "Wait, Avetta's your real name? Like,
Yeah,
why would
right?
you tell me your real name? Like, why would you use that?"
You fool.
He's like, "I'm not offended. I'm disappointed. Like, what are you doing?"
Evetta having
Did I
no
teach you
experience
nothing?
in this at all. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, so we learned about Liliana.
What's curious about this conversation is that Wendell apparently contracted Liliana and the half-elf. And ever
Yeah.
since they had been working for him, business had apparently been booming. And to this day, I'm still wondering how? What? So I'm just... Of course, Wendell doesn't
I
expose any trade secrets either.
That wine sucks, yo.
yeah.
I'm sorry, what were you going to say, Queenie?
I was just thinking. I feel like since Liliana has connections with the Scorch King, which means the Scorch King has connections with the old world. I was thinking maybe they knew more people that they were selling this wine to, and that's why their sales went up.
Thinking back on it, maybe that does, that does make some sense. It could be that the Scorch King members are actually buying the wine. That'd be
Again,
interesting.
a dragon would have different taste buds. So if a dragon
That
is drinking,
would have been the perfect tie-in, wouldn't it? If I had gone with
Oh.
I think that's also kind of like where I was getting the dragon angle from, is like the idea that there's like, the Scorched King, and I'm just like, it's your dragons. I don't know. We've done the dungeons. Where are the dragons?
But yeah. Another thing is that Wendell apparently only knew Voltus for a few days. So Voltus had actually not been working for them for that long, but he knew of Liliana and the half-elf for much longer.
Yeah.
So no idea how much Liliana has actually duped this guy into working along with her.
I think we did some insight rolls, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think we did insight to see like if this guy knew more about Liliana, like her like Scorched King ties, and we didn't get anything from him that like he knew anything about that. Like to him, she was just like a businesswoman that he worked with.
Yeah. And in fact, Liliana apparently was the one who recommended Voltus.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, at least. Which was interesting, so... In any case, after that awkward conversation, trying to like pull out any sort of information we could get from Wendell finally offers his wine. His the famous Levelin wine, giving one bottle to each member. Each. Did not expect to get a whole bottle of wine from this guy. But
yeah, he was giving you each bottle to take home.
Basically,
So
yeah.
kind. So kind.
And
No
I know
refunds.
I did this as a joke, but I just like Evetta just asks about the nutrition facts of the wine. I did that more as a joke, but like I don't know. I wanna believe that Evetta probably did ask or something. It's probably something that she was kind of used to in Dayston. But of course, there's none of that here.
Just imagine you get like a wine glass. And you're like, how many calories are in this? And they're like, what?
Excuse me, what does that mean?
The only nutrition fact any bottle of liquor has on it is how high of an ABV it is. That's all you need to know. That's all. This scene was really fun for me as the only drinker in a group of 5 people, as Ryder is attempting to describe all of this alcohol stuff, and I'm just sitting there with a drink in my hand, mind you, just being like, oh man.
Yeah. Thought that was pretty amusing, but yeah.
Oh, I had a blast. I was just like, this is great. Please describe to me how like a wine tasting goes, Ryder.
Maybe Queenie can describe that at some point. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in this part of the conversation, Seth actually grabs 2 glasses, and he pours one for himself, and the other one for Wendell. Basically as a show of faith.
No, this
I know
This is
the
the
exact
opposite of a
reason.
show.
Yeah, no.
Because I poured it from my bottle. Because I'm like, I am not drinking this until you do, pal.
Yeah,
You fucking
exactly.
go.
It was a way to make sure that the bottles weren't poisoned and stuff. But yeah.
Trust no one. Live like Seth.
Yeah.
The nobility out to get you. The knights out to get you.
What was funny here was that Wendell ignored you. Wendell completely ignored Seth and pulled out his own wine glass, which was way more ornate than whatever any of us had.
I'm saying he just took it to the head, didn't he? Like he'd even pour a glass, right?
No, he did. He did actually pour.
Oh, he did?
What he did was he apparently poured from Seth's bottle.
Oh, okay.
With the way it was described. So he took Seth's bottle.
But it was Dag. Dag just domed his wine. That's what it was.
Yeah. Dag drank from the bottle.
Dag chugged it.
But yeah, so Wendell takes from Seth, pours a ton of wine, pretty much up to the brim with it. And Evetta only pours enough, and she has no experience with wine or alcohol in general, with where she lived. So she just poured
enough to not seem rude.
yeah, exactly, just enough. And then, what was it that Zara did? Help! Oh no, Quenie's not there. Oh, never mind.
Zara, I'm getting food. Zara like poured her glass to like 1/3 full, and then did the thing where people do, where they mix it and then do and smell it from like 6 feet away, and then
6 feet. 6 feet. We're like, what the fuck?
Are you social distancing your wine?
Yeah, you really gotta.
Yeah, you get the good wafts.
I completely forgot about the
travel to you. Good as it travels to you.
So yeah, Zara does the connoisseur sort of way of pouring out the wine, I guess.
Some way.
Smelling it from 6 feet away. But yeah. So everyone took a sip. Except Evetta, because Evetta wasn't sure of the viscosity. I thought that she actually noticed that something about the viscosity was off a bit, but I don't think that was ever explained. But yeah, Evetta did not take a sip. She pretended, but everyone else did, and wine was trash. It apparently had a cardboard taste to it, an iron-like taste to it as well. There was no alcohol in it.
Yeah, that was the thing that
rotten grape juice.
Yeah, that was the thing that because bad wine exists, it's out there in the real world. You can find it and experience it yourself. But the fact that you take a sip of it and it doesn't even have alcohol, that fundamentally upsets me as a person. Because at least in real life, if I go out and I get a bottom shelf $5 bottle of wine, I at least have the confidence in knowing that I will still get drunk at the end of it. But to spend money on wine, however bad it tastes, and not actually get what I'm paying for, that's not cool.
Yeah. In this case, it was given for free, but yeah, the fact that, it was advertised as wine was questionable.
Yeah.
But Wendell just he downs his whole cup, his whole glass. And apparently Mary also drinks as well. None of them react to it. Neither of them actually react to how bad it tasted. But everyone else is like, what is this?
Steph's still assuming he's being poisoned at this point.
I don't know if this is a reach, but what if it's they're vampires and
oh my god, we were drinking blood! Come on, Ryder.
That's exactly what I thought.
Oh, I just happened.
And the texture was fake too.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what I thought. Especially when Ryder pointed out it had an iron-like taste to it. I was like, no.
Yeah. I didn't even put that together till right now. And alright.
I just thought about that.
Yeah, I caught it immediately and like did not allow Evetta to drink it. Because if she smelled that iron, that would have been suspicious right off the bat. That's why I was asking about the consistency of the wine. But apparently it was just, it looks like wine. But maybe it wasn't.
Is this like were we just drinking like straight like blood, or is this like some Lady Dimitrescu? Like you just like mix it into the wine?
Because I feel like you would know, because wine's like clear, but like blood's opaque.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, you can.
Well, okay.
You can definitely. There are darker reds that like are pretty, like not as opaque as blood and not as red as blood, but you could definitely get like a red blend that has that look to it. The viscosity would be super telling, but you could definitely you could get the color. I think you could definitely get one that looks the part.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
If you had just thinking in real life, if you had the right grapes and the right blend, I could see you getting a convincing color and a convincing opacity to it.
Yeah, all I will comment on is that it looked just like red wine, and it had the same viscosity as red wine. It did not taste like red wine at all.
That's probably why they're making so much money.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you have a very specific market if you're selling blood wine to vampires, because those people will probably pay a lot for that. So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
One bottle of Sanguinis Virginis, please.
Oh my god.
No, yeah, hold up, writer. What? Forget Dracula. Where's the Lady D insert character act?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Where is she?
We've got dollar store Dracula. I want Lady Dimitrescu. All right, you want to see Seth go evil? This is the easiest way to.
Oh man. So yeah, we experienced a wine tasting session.
Oh my god!
Listen.
I think someone.
Listen, there was a woman in that carriage that had the fancy L. So you never got a good read on what she actually looked like.
Oh,
honestly,
Lady Dimitrescu.
Don't say.
Yeah, it was an older lady. It wasn't I don't think he described it as a little girl when he was describing the carriage.
Yeah, she looked like a woman. Yeah.
No, it was an adult, and it was like the silhouette of an adult accompanied by silhouettes of smaller people, assumedly children, but D&D, so it could be anything. But
yeah. Yeah, we never got to meet her.
There's a bunch of kids in that car. It's like a 95-year-old gnome is like, hey, how's it going? Like, oh, you're not what I expected.
Oops. But yeah, so we had that interesting wine tasting session, and when Wendell asked everyone, what are your thoughts on the level in wine? Evetta, was like, it's unique. Steph is like, yes, unique is a word. It is unparalleled. It's it's marvelous as your wife in the paintings and such.
Yeah,
Zara
so
was
it tastes as good as your wife looks, or something like that.
Yeah. That was great.
I was really feeling myself.
Yeah, and Zara responded with, it's truly a taste.
One of the tastes of all time.
I feel like half of Zara's response was
That's right. Yeah. Oh my god, that whole segment was so good.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. So, what do white people say? I just wanted to be like, wine. I need to clip that and throw it into the Discord. That was great.
Amby, I need your subscriber notification on Twitch to be.
Wait, yeah, Amby, you should change one of like the drop sounds in the item filter from Path of Exile.
Oh my god, yeah. I should change it. I just grab a sample of Queenie going,
God.
And then another one needs to be, huh?
Yeah.
We need the Queenie soundboard, dude. We gotta get a Go XLR.
The Queenie
Just
sound
fill it with Queenie sounds.
Oh, that whole segment was great. And on top of that, she had to make a persuasion check.
Yeah.
This is, oh man.
Was it persuasion or deception?
Oh, it was.
Oh,
I think it was
wow.
deception. Oh, I can't remember. It was probably deception. Anyway, right. So back to the recap. We find out that Wendell is really only responsible for the front end of the business. He handles all the paperwork, the representation, talking to the clients, all that stuff. His wife is the one who actually oversees the production side of it, which I'm sad that we never really dove into that to see what the heck is going on with this wine. It's like, this is suspicious. And the fact that he's working with Liliana, but yeah, like, I think our hands were kind of tied. We couldn't really go anywhere without it seeming too suspicious. So that was the end of that first conversation with Wendell, because he had to excuse himself for some business. And so the party basically retreated into the library of the manor to try and discuss, like, what is their next course of action? What is their next step in all of this? Because still can't talk to Voltus, apparently. And we didn't really get much from Wendell, aside of the fact that Liliana is working with him. Unfortunately, as the party is trying to come up with a plan, this little girl starts to walk in the library. She's just like, she announces her presence in a way by like taking this book off of the lowest bookshelf and just struggling to get up the chair, put it on the table and everything, making all this ruckus. I mean, she's just a little child. So it made sense. But because that child was there, none of us could really speak openly about what we should do next. So yeah, we kind of like hovered around a bit. Yeah. Oh my god, children. But yeah, Seth decides to see if he can find out a bit more about the Levelins in general. Maybe some history, maybe some of their endeavors or whatever it is. Couldn't really find anything because these books were obviously biased. They glorified the Levelins' like accomplishments and stuff, and how they helped this poor business that, you know, ran out of business and stuff. They helped it back on its feet and everything. And there was a lot of like flowery language.
It was Levelin propaganda, basically.
Yes, yeah, basically that. So couldn't really pull anything out of that. Zara was the one who actually looked up more information about the New World itself. Because, you know, she's from the Old World, so obviously she wants to know a bit more. She actually learned about the politics and the geography of the New World. This is where we basically got into how, you know, at some point in the past, Carmeli and Dayston did undergo some horrible war. That was years ago, though. But they still remain to be the two major political forces in the New World. So that was probably like the biggest thing, maybe, that Zara pulled out of that. Unless there was something else that Zara also gained from it.
I don't have my notes with me.
Oh, oops.
Give me a sec. Okay, it was mostly on... The politics was... Yeah. We've already covered the politics.
All right.
Oh.
And then, there was also, like, the outside of the New World. And that just consisted of, like, the two main groups, the Diamond Coalition and then the Iron Imperium.
Oh, that's right.
I think that's it.
Yeah, so those were the factions that are, like, outside the New World, but they want to expand onto the New World itself.
Mm-hmm.
So...
I feel like this would have been mentioned in the book, but the Diamond Coalition is essentially what Britain was to colonial America. They're more or less, in a way, funding Carmeli. They did more funding more so in their early days. Not saying that like they weren't, after that moment, suddenly they were completely independent. But just saying that like compared to, obviously compared to now versus then, they don't rely as much on the funding. The Diamond Coalition.
Okay. Yeah, so Zara was able to learn about that. Was there anything geographically that we should have known? Because I know Zara was the one who was basically speed reading this book while we were waiting for this girl to get out of the library, but I don't know if she actually shared any of that information with the rest of the team.
I think she did.
Oh, did she? Oh.
I think so. But most of it was just like where, like in what direction the things were at. Like the Eye Gorge was south, and the river, there was a river east, which if you go further leads to Daystan, just like stuff like that.
Oh, I see. Okay. So that means Evetta did not hear a single thing, was kind of deaf or something. Because meta-wise, Evetta actually wanted to go to Carmeli. She went the completely opposite direction because she didn't realize where she was. So, so now that, well, I don't know if she would still know where Carmeli is. Okay, I'll just say that Evetta was deaf, or she was too focused on other things, so she didn't quite hear everything that Zara said geographically. So we'll just go with that. But okay, there was like I guess a little bit of world building there. That's pretty good. So Zara's sped red. Evetta was the one who walked. Oh, I'm sorry. Dag was the one who just sprawled out on the floor. He didn't really do anything, unfortunately.
Nope.
Which I kind of wish he did a bit more, but I didn't really know what he could have done here. Since I don't know if his character is the type to take to books in general. But
yeah, I suppose not.
Maybe picture books?
Say that again?
Maybe he would have read picture books. He could have tried.
Honestly, yeah, he could have tried with that, yeah.
Maybe he's a picture book kind of guy.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
Oh, poor Dag. But yeah, so unfortunately Dag didn't really do anything here. Evetta was the one who wandered around aimlessly around the library to see if, anything would catch her eye. And she does pass by the little girl. She notices that on the page that the girl was on, there were some diagrams of some sort of mechanical thing. And upon closer inspection, it was a diagram of a flintlock pistol. And obviously, that caught Evetta's eye because there aren't a lot of resources on firearms in general. And so that immediately interested her. She really wanted to read that book, but she couldn't do anything about it. The girl was still in possession of it. So Evetta had to wait around a bit. Wait for the little girl. Maybe peek at the book a little bit, see what is going on with the text. Can she glean any information while the girl is reading it? And no, not really. It didn't take long for a young man to suddenly appear out of nowhere and call out for the little girl. Apparently her name was Elizabeth. How old was he? She was just a random young man, right?
He looked to be about either preteen or just entering his teen.
Oh, okay, I see. So yeah, pretty young.
12 to 13. Wait, the young boy that ran in or the girl reading?
Both.
Because the girl looked younger.
Okay. Yeah, I figured the girl was a lot younger because the book was basically as tall as her chest. It was a pretty big book, and she was reading it and enjoying the pictures of the flintlock for some reason. Thought that was really cute. But yeah, a young man comes in and scoops up the little girl, basically says that, mother wants to see them and stuff. So they're off. We actually didn't know whether the little girl belonged to Wendell we weren't going to say anything about that, honestly. But cool, they're gone.
Is this your child?
Yeah, right? Hey,
Oh,
who your
free
dad?
kid.
But yeah, as soon as they left the scene, Evetta immediately snatches the book and starts reading through it to see what was going on with the diagram of the flintlock. And apparently the book was actually somewhat of a biography of an adventurous artificer of sorts, because he details these, these plans of using an arcane nexus on a firearm and allowing it to have the ability to change elements depending on which crystal you had in it, which I thought was really cool. I have no idea if that was any sort of foreshadowing in any part, but I thought that was pretty cool, because that, in a way, that was actually kind of what I wanted Evetta to eventually obtain or create. So that was a treat for Evetta. However, she was spending at least 15-20 minutes with this book, just staring at the text, reading over it and all the pictures and everything. And Seth is just like, hello, we need to get a move on, because we don't have a lot of time. So
Is that how Seth sounds?
no.
I was gonna say, that was a solid Steph impression.
Damn, bro, my bad.
No, I'm just doing that. But yeah,
And so I steal the book for you.
yeah.
Because you're like, oh, I want to read this book, but I don't know. And I forget if I put it in your bag or if I just grabbed it. But yeah, Seth just took the book and was like, all right, we have the book. Let's go.
Yeah. And he justified it as an early birthday present for Evetta.
Yeah.
I think he did slide the book into his bag. I think that's what it was. But yeah, in any case, yeah, we honestly needed to discuss what we needed to do next. One of the things that Seth brought up was the fact that we could try to stealthily look for Voltus, because he has a way of stealthing, but he never explained how or why.
Yeah.
Squid, would you like to explain?
Yeah, no, this is just me once again. This entire basically more or less since the Carmeli Knight showed up at the tail end of session 4, this was me just slowly continuing to try and foreshadow that Seth had some ability to not be himself and to alter himself in some way. And yeah, this was, depending on which way we ended up going, more if we hadn't been more or less stopped by Wendell in the middle of the hallway after this scene right here, my plan was to just have Seth turn into Wendell or a guard or something and just be all right, I'm gonna go walk around now. It probably would have been a guard, because a guard would have been less conspicuous. I just throw the uniform, I just disguise the uniform on and then change my face, just look like a random dude, and then I just walk through. So it's probably going to be what I ended up going with, but the idea of turning into Wendell did amuse me slightly.
Oh my god.
But yeah, just continuing to try and plant these seeds of Seth has one trick up his sleeve that he's not told anyone about yet.
Yeah, and of course no one knows what Seth is actually planning. Evetta was the one who asked well, how long does the stealth magic actually work?
As long as I want it to.
Yeah, exactly.
It's again the idea that it's not actually magic and it'll last as long as I want. You know what the actual kind of fucked up part is that I'm pretty sure if I die while transformed, I still stay in whatever transformed state I'm in.
Oh.
It locks me into. I think I'll have to double check the changeling stat block, but I'm pretty sure that I don't revert to my true self. You die as whatever you're transformed into. So if I ever perma go down, I think that's what happens. That's kind of messed up.
Oh, holy cow, wow.
That's super messed up.
But yeah, so Seth made the suggestion of sneaking around, and everyone's like, oh, I don't know about that. It seems extremely risky. Put Seth at a higher risk if he does get caught or anything. We didn't really have much else to go on. Did anyone else have any ideas? Queenie, did you have any ideas?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was stumped. I did not know what to do. Because I don't think Evetta's good at stealthing. So
Yeah.
I honestly didn't really know
Zara,
which threads to follow from here.
yeah. Zara has disadvantage and stuff.
You wouldn't have at that
Oh, that's
time because
true.
you didn't have your
That's
armor
very
on.
true.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. But also the idea that, like, for Seth, it wouldn't even really be stealth. I would just be in disguise the whole time. So, like, for him, like, there's, like, no real risk. And, like, that's the thing, is, like, he's willing to do, like, I mean, there is obviously risk. Because, like, you know, if somebody starts asking him questions, like, what are you supposed to be guarding right now? Like, what's your patrol route? He'd be like, potato.
Yeah.
But yeah, just the idea that's like I don't need to actually rely on like a stealth roll or anything. I just need to be able to like lie my way through any conversations that happen. So just again, the idea that like I will take this risk because it's something that I am confident in that I can do type thing.
Yeah. So that was like the main suggestion. I see here that the other suggestions was that to enlist Mary's help once more, get Wendell out again to finally pull Voltus out somehow. Not even sure that was ever going to work again. It's either that or we leave completely and figure out another way or another direction to go. Because the other thing is that Liliana might be here at the manor. So
yeah, she knows what we all look like now.
Yeah. And that is a huge risk if she actually reveals to Wendell and Voltus who we are. That would put us in serious trouble and have all of the guards on high alert and stuff. We couldn't really risk that, especially when they're, casting 3rd level spells or have the ability to do that. So, yeah, no, that's not. But thankfully, when we decided to go upstairs to explore around a bit more, see where we can go, Wendell actually reappears again and summons us. Well, okay, he actually summoned Voltus, but he actually escorts us to his office where we finally meet the red tiefling we were wanting to talk to this entire time. This, in my opinion, was single-handedly one of the hardest conversations to intervene in. But thinking back on it, there were probably like a couple of things that I could have brought up, but I still didn't know what to say or how to commandeer the conversation. Because for one thing, I think at this time, I actually wasn't sure what we truly wanted out of Voltus. And another thing is that Wendell was there. So we didn't know how much to reveal without
that was
getting
honestly that was the only hard part for me. Like as both the player and as the character, because the only thing that we really wanted was to find out whose side Voltus was on, like what his goals were and like where he was sort of aligned in like the grand picture. And if he had any like leads on Liliana, because whether or not he's like knowingly working with her, he would at least have like an idea of where she is or like, where she was going after he like last interacted with her, especially if she was like here. And so just like figure out which side he's on and figure out what he knows, either with force or without force, based on, where he sort of like falls along that scale. But yeah, the sticking point was Wendell was there the entire time, just like complicating the entire conversation. And then on top of that, you get fucking Voltus just like not budging on anything.
Yeah.
And you just get to see Seth's
very obviously lying.
Yeah, just like, and I think that's the thing that irritated Seth the most. It's like, I've caught you red-handed, and it is undisputable that you're lying. And you're just so stupid that you're just going along, you're continuing to go on with it, and not just like relenting. And just beating his head against a brick wall.
Basically. Because we were also trying to get on Wendell's side too, right? Or I'm sorry,
Yeah,
we were trying to get Wendell on our side to see if we can kick out Voltus or something, in case he was,
being a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just trying to basically feel both sides out and be like, who can we utilize here? Which one of these two people is going to be our biggest resource? Like, where can we like which one of these people can we leverage to be the thing that helps like us figure out where we're going? And Wendell was just sitting there being pompous and coy, and Voltus was just sitting there being pompous and stubborn, and we're just like,
Yeah, that was very difficult.
Yeah.
I hate that. Like, thinking back on it, I wish I'd brought up Liliana in general. It completely slipped my mind that she could actually be at the manor itself. We don't know that though.
I was specifically trying to not bring her up because of the fact that we didn't know like where they stood. And if we bring up Liliana and we're like, yeah, we ran into her, she's super evil and blowing stuff up, blah blah blah, you know, we need to, you know, figure out what's going on, like in front of Wendell, and he's like, oh yeah, she's on my payroll, and now that I know you're here, she knows you're here, and all of my guards know you're here. Like, so I'm trying to avoid that situation. And not like just completely just like, yeah, like again, the way that I sort of like was going about it is just like, I have a deck of cards and I have a hand. I'm going to play as much of that hand as I can and see what bites. And just nothing was working, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe we still could have brought up at least brought up the halfling woman. Yeah. And just like make no indication that we actually know how, you know, terrible she actually is or something. Just gain some more info from Wendell or from Voltus even.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
But I never brought that up. None of us actually brought it up. So it was pretty unfortunate. This was quite the failure of a conversation, sadly. Because Voltus was just not budging at all. He just kept denying all of Seth's claims. He revealed that he didn't care that those people died or whatever it was. He probably did actually care, but you know,
I don't think so.
Who knows? Like he was lying that entire time. We don't know which part of which sentence was the truth. Yeah. So that was hard. That was really hard to sit through because I wanted to help. I just didn't know how. The interesting thing is that this was the first instance where we find Seth actually speaking Draconic.
Oh, yeah. Again, I just have this stupid theory that Wendell's a dragon. And then the second writer had to roll to determine whether or not Wendell knew Draconic. I was like, oh, fuck, I'm wrong. The second I heard the die and you were like, yeah, I had to see if he knew or not, I was like, oh, man.
Yeah, because Wendell responded back with, how so? But, you know, in common.
In common. So he understood me, but yeah.
Yeah. Thought that was pretty funny.
No, that was very funny.
Yeah. We were still at a pretty bad stalemate with Voltus, just looking all smug. And everything.
Yeah, we more or less just stormed out. We were like, fine, we'll get nothing. We don't know anything. You're totally in the clear. Wendell, you can't, like, you know, take our word against his. That's fine. Goodbye. Have a great day.
Basically, yeah. There was one thing about Voltus that was curious, though. But only Seth actually noticed this. Do you remember what it was?
Are you referring to the bracelet?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I figured we'd bring that up once we're outside. But yeah, no, Seth notices the bracelet and goes, huh, to himself in his head, and it just doesn't bring it up at all. Because like now because like at that point, like again, like this is Seth at his worst. This is his flaw coming out. Just like he gets flustered and frustrated when he doesn't have, you know, complete control, and he's like, well, I am not enjoying this anymore. I am going to leave the situation. I am irritated at you. You have this thing that I need to talk to you about, but I no longer wish to be in your presence. Goodbye. But he definitely made a note of it and was just like, another time, perhaps, when I'm not blinded by rage.
Yeah. Was there anything that you wanted to bring up in the conversation, Queenie?
Honestly, I couldn't keep up and I was just sitting there.
Oh, yeah, that sucks. 'Cause, yeah, for me, I actually forgot why we were there.
Sorry, I just wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, it was
I'm just imagining Evetta just hard focusing at Voltus, and she's just like looks around. She's like, "Where am I?"
Just like we're like it's just Seth like yelling at Voltus, like Wendell being like, "I'm sorry, I can't help you. Like I have to trust Voltus," and Voltus just standing there all smug, and Evetta's just watching this, and Seth's getting more and more frustrated, and Evetta like looks from Seth to Wendell to Voltus, stares at Voltus. Who is this guy? And looks back to Seth. What are we doing here?
Why are we here again? What?
What are we? But
I
yeah,
probably
again,
should have
just
brought
the
that up at some point, but oops.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, just the idea that like our reason, at least in Seth's mind, our reason for being there is like we need to figure out where we're going and what we're doing, and Voltus is our only lead. He's the only thing that we can. That's why Seth is getting so frustrated. Is because in his mind, if we don't get confirmation on this, we don't have anything to like point us in a direction, and then you just end up in this situation, kind of like the situation that we're at in like Dayston right now, where it's like we're not able to be proactive, and it's like. If you're stuck in a situation where you as a person and also as a character, like if all you're doing is being reactive to things around you, you have no agency. And it just like Seth doesn't like that. But also narratively, if characters in a story don't have agency and are just being reactive, like that story is not really going anywhere. So Seth's just like, I need to get on track somehow. I need to figure out where I'm like, I need to find a plan, and in order to make a plan, I need to have an idea of what I'm working towards. And right now, the only thing that he can work towards is Voltus, and Voltus is not working with him. And so that's why Seth just is getting like progressively more frustrated, because if this doesn't go well, Seth has no plan, and Seth doesn't know what to do. And he's like, we need to figure something out here, but obviously it doesn't pan out, and then he just like, well, all right, fuck it, let's leave.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was a colossal failure. Everyone just leaves and stuff. We go back to the foyer, whatever, and Seth just slumps onto the couch, just irritated, annoyed at the entire situation.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, everyone starts.
And there's not even any good wine around to drink.
All right.
It's the worst part.
Yeah. So yeah, everyone starts to make their way out. Basically, throw back the clothes that they were given. Has no idea if those were enchanted to follow us or anything. But
well, not even like if they're enchanted, just like a find item spell. You're being tracked.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, I actually didn't know about that. But yeah.
Locate object. But yeah, Seth was very clear. He's like, do not keep anything from this place on your person at all. That is not. Except that book that Evetta has. Anyway, why are vampires hunting us in Dayston? It's probably not connected at all.
Shoot, I just realized that.
I may have accidentally given Evetta a very trackable item.
Oh no!
But again, Seth was like, fine, you want the book? Take the book. Let's go.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't think anything of that. Ah, shoot.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah, in any case, everyone they exit the manor. It's defeated and everything. But lo and behold, they're greeted by none other than Voltus, again, outside of the manor this time. And apparently, Marcus had knocked out a guard or something?
Yeah.
Like, whoa, what just happened here? I wasn't sure if that was supposed to allude to something, but yeah, Voltus is, he finally admits that, yeah, he was lying, but he wasn't really trying to lie to us. He was lying more for Wendell's sake, because he confirmed that Wendell we were talking to was fake.
Yeah.
He was a completely different person entirely.
I found you, faker. Sorry. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah. But yeah, he mentions that the real Wendell apparently already knows what he had been doing.
Okay, yeah.
So that was interesting, but yeah, this is also the single moment in which, Squid was actually deciding on which path Seth should go down.
Yeah, so we've got my dead friend's bracelet, and he tells me that he may or may not have been responsible or directly involved with her death. And
Yeah.
Steph don't like that very much. I believe my exact words were, "Give it to me," followed immediately by, "If I ever see you again, I'll kill you."
Yeah.
Which is, I think, the most hostile Seth has ever been.
Yeah. It makes perfect sense though, because with the way that Voltus responded to that question, he was just like, it was just business.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah.
not good.
Yeah.
Now, Voltus did say that, he did have those magical artifacts on him. He doesn't make any connections with his clients, but he did sell a horn of sleeping fog and a ring of invisibility, which is concerning. Because, oh dear, that ring of invisibility could be anywhere on anyone. And I don't think we found the person who had that ring yet, but that's already scary, just knowing that it's out there somewhere.
It's a pretty high level item to just be chilling with some rando.
Oh, yikes. But the what I thought was interesting was that Voltus actually didn't know who Liliana was. He actually forgot.
Yeah.
He knew of her, but not much beyond that. He did mention that Liliana was there. Not there, sorry. Liliana was with a half-elf named Indigo. That is the first time we've ever heard of this name, Indigo. It's never been brought up since, and I don't know if that's like a little nugget that we need to hold on to later down the line. Voltus was also contracted to build a teleportation circle within a secret area of the manor itself. So he was probably responsible for allowing, for helping the Drow and Liliana escape from Hroddenvar.
Yeah.
We never found that teleportation circle though, because we didn't really sneak around the manor.
I was gonna say we saw like 3 rooms of the manor basically. So.
Basically, yeah.
And it was
then we just left in
enormous from
fury.
the outside. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I kind of did want to explore some more, but since the whole place was guarded so heavily, it was pretty hard. Pretty hard to go anywhere without permission. So, and of course, the party was at like what, level 2?
No, either
Something?
2 or 3. I think it was 3. I think it was 3 by that point.
I think it was 3.
Okay. So it's a pretty low level and stuff. So there was no way we'd be able to handle all of these guards at once. But oh well, it's okay. We leave the manor. Seth actually inspects the little bracelet of his friend.
Yeah.
Would you like to describe how the bracelet looks or what it does?
Let's double check my notes and see if I wrote down how it looks. I know what it does. Okay, I did not have how it looked, but yeah, it is an arcane focus gem, and it has a voice clip essentially. It has an audio log on it from Delia's
audio log.
Yeah, from Delia's grandfather, basically reassuring her that if her wings ever can't carry her, and then it casts a nerfed sounds bad, but a lessened version of the fly spell essentially for a minute, which is still pretty useful.
Yeah. Which I wonder, we'd be able to use that in Dayston.
That was my first thought when writers magic items work. I was like, oh cool, my bracelet still works. So if I ever need to use that to escape someplace, I can at least fly for a little bit.
Yeah. But yeah,
I knew that this was a bracelet that Delia wore. I think writer, you described it as she always had it on her, which makes sense now that I know what it is. It's a gift from her grandfather.
I get it. Yeah.
And then Seth wears it now. It never comes up because why would I would randomly just describe Seth's outfit? But yeah, he more or less just incorporated it into his attire after that as a memoir of his lost friend. A reminder of what he's fighting for.
Which is pretty cute. Yeah. So now at this point, the team doesn't exactly have a solid direction to go or a solid destination. The only other name that we remember is Dayston, because of the fact that Grant is from Dayston, and he's the father of Liliana, so maybe we can find something in Dayston related to the Footwell family. Something that led to, I guess, Liliana's descent into this chaos. It was kind of funny because when Seth brought up about how they should go to Dayston, Evetta was just like, you know, that kind of thing, because she knows how bad it is, but she doesn't really say anything about it. But yeah. We trot off on our horses. I almost forgot we had horses. I keep forgetting we have them, actually. Yeah, so we clip-clop down the road.
First time someone on the party forgets an animal.
That's weird. That's weird.
Why you gotta call her out like that, bro?
Yeah. What the freak?
We're actually getting to one of my favorite Queenie moments in the entire campaign so far. It's coming up very shortly.
Oh, that's right.
You remember now?
I remember.
Oh no.
Oh man. So okay. So we decided to go back to town just to rest up and stuff, just because we don't really know where to go from here. So as we're going back to Hrodenfar, we bump into Remington. He's like,
Yeah, right. He remembers now.
He remembers now. Yeah, so Remington is mid-panicking because, you know, he's relaying the news from his scouts that there are a few ships that have been passing by Hrodenfar's port, and they seem to be heading, like, westward for some reason, heading, like, towards Zinnekir Pass. And the insignia that's on their flags looks to be belonging to the Scorch King Empire, which I think everyone did a history check and succeeded. I don't know if Dag did, but it's apparently a ruthless empire, whatever. Ruthless group of people from the old world that was actually ousted back in the old world. So it's kind of weird seeing that they're now reappearing at the New World's borders and such. So Remington basically requests the help of the team for some reconnaissance because he doesn't believe we have enough manpower to stave off an army if there is one coming. So he just wants some reconnaissance, and he trusts us in our ability to defend ourselves. So
I think it's just real quick. I think it's also worth noting that Zinnekir Pass was kind of like a tip off to us as well, that this was related to like what we were sort of investigating already.
Oh, that's
because
right.
This is where we all the way back in session 2. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. We like up until this point, the Scorching Empire, like that was not a name. Like we had was Liliana and the Mountain Riders, and like that was it. And that she was like working with them towards some like nefarious end. And then this is where we sort of like put 2 and 2 together. I think we discussed this like while we were traveling. I'm pretty sure like after this conversation, but just to like cover it now quickly. Just like, yeah, like she is probably the go-between for like the operations on this side, in the New World for the Scorched King Empire. And that must have been what that Mountain Rider was referring to when he was talking to her. Like they are like essentially the idea that we have is that she is preparing things on this side for the Scorched King Empire to like make landfall and set up and have like, you know, a presence here more or less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, basically.
That she's one of their resources over here, I guess, because obviously like we know now, like ostensibly like Liliana is one of their assets and their other one is like Ionin. So like they probably have, one would presume, somebody in each of the 3 major regions in the New World. So they probably have somebody in Carmeli as well. But like they have ostensibly like people working on this side for them, and we sort of discussed that and go over it. And I think the combination of Zinnekir Pass and what we all like knew from our history checks sort of like helps us put like the greater plot together finally. Like we understand like, okay, this is the direction that everything is going in now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, Remington lets us be on our way and stuff. However, before he leaves,
the best line of the campaign,
this tiny little squeaking from behind, like Commander Remington.
Oh, Remington! Oh, Remington!
man.
Oh my god, I thought that was great. But
I
for
was
whatever reason,
fucking dying, dude.
Zara takes this moment to ask Remington for a messenger bird. If she knows if he knows where she can get a messenger bird of some sort. I'm like, no.
This is the appropriate time to ask that.
Yeah, Remington is currently panicking because his town might be in danger. Hundreds, even close to 1,000 people may die because of his inactions. And he is currently being asked if he has messenger bird.
But yeah, so basically strike 2 for Zara with no bird.
If we have any, I can't imagine, not to be Debbie Downer, but I can't imagine we have listeners. But if we do, if you're out there in the world and you're following the subplot of Zara and this bird, I'm just gonna go ahead and apologize now for the ending that you get to this subplot. I would not describe it as satisfactory. However, it is hilarious.
Yes. All of our one listener will appreciate that.
Zoril, if you're out there.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy the bird subplot such as it exists.
It's okay, the hand one was enjoyable. Anyway, so
The hand one's still going. I am ready to play. I am ready to play D&D tomorrow because I bought 10 beers for this Azamar under Zara's name, and I demand satisfaction for this plotline. Because what I want out of the beginning of next session is I want the DAG spotlight. We're getting way ahead of ourselves here. I want the DAG spotlight of the gladiatorial combat, and then I want the Quenie spotlight. And then I don't care if Evetta and Seth do anything for the first hour and a half. I just want to watch both of those things happen.
Yeah. Oh,
I need to see Zara striking out with this Azamar barbarian. That's all I want in life. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, Quenie, did you say something?
I'll try to be as charismatic as
You put that 19 to charisma to work.
Yeah.
possible.
I would love to see that, honestly.
I do.
Oh my
Really?
god.
Yeah, Zara and Seth have the same amount of charisma right now until I level up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my.
It's very funny.
Oh man.
Wow.
It's very funny.
I'd love to see Zara make use of that.
Okay.
I just like the idea that this goes one of two ways for Zara, right? Either Dag beats the crap out of this Azamar and it's like, hey girl, sorry my friend beat the shit out of you. Or the Azamar beats the shit out of Dag and Zara's just like, hey girl, I like the way you beat my friend to do a bloody pulp. What are you doing later? Hey girl, I like the way you pounded that dwarf.
Oh my god.
No.
Yeah, I'm not repeating that. Anyway, so moving on. The team makes their way. Oh, so Remington does actually give us 3 of his best men to escort to come with us to Zinikir Pass to see what the heck is going on.
Describe them in such a positive way, but yeah, you go off, Queen.
Kind of what he described them as.
Yeah.
But, the team does go over to Zinikir Pass, and they actually pass by the Eye Gorge, I believe. Was there something specific about the Eye Gorge that we needed to know? Because I know Zara recognized it because she read it in the book, but I can't remember if there was something about the Eye Gorge that we needed to know.
Well, no one looked into it, so no.
Okay, never mind. So we're still running through there. However, we start seeing something burrowing underneath. I can't remember if there were earthquakes or something that actually stopped us, but we eventually run into those dumb Ankegs. which I forgot to mention this earlier. Those are probably the ones that, well, I don't know if it's the same ones really, but that Carmeli camp from much earlier was actually destroyed by Ankegs, which Seth recognized. This is the first instance where Evetta reveals that she actually brought her little machine along. She brought her little, what did I call it? BD? Yeah, I call it BD. So it's a tiny little arcane mini turret of sorts with the ability to fire off like concussion rounds and stuff. And I think technically I was supposed to throw it on the floor, but I perched it on Ivetta's shoulder. And it basically allowed her to have an extra shot at things, which was pretty fun. Was there anything else? Anything about that fight that you guys wanted to talk about? I wasn't sure if there's anything else here.
I thought it was a cool fight. Like I don't know. I don't think there's really. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything really to like speak about it, but like it was
Okay.
it was mechanically enjoyable. I thought it was a fun fight. Like
Yeah, yeah, it was pretty fun. But after the fight, we spotted a lone mountain rider just like skulking about behind the trees or whatever. And he realizes that we notice him. So he's like, oh no, and tries to run off and everything, but we're on our horses. So of course we immediately catch up to him and threaten him. And it doesn't seem like he wanted to adhere to what we were saying at all. Decided to try to run off again, but because, we had opportunity of attack or whatever it was, we just like kind of beat him up to a pulp. That lone mountain rider scout is dead. He was revealed to be a scout. And he had, for some reason, Dag took the horn from him. Not sure what he's going to do with that, honestly. But,
Does Dag remember that he has the horn?
Oh yeah, good point.
That's the real question.
That's true. Does Dag remember that? Yeah, so Dag takes the horn. At least the scout can't really relay what he saw. I mean, he's already dead anyway. And Seth took the spyglass from him as well.
That's like $1,000 or 1,000 gold mundane item. Hell yeah, I grabbed that thing.
Yeah. So, would you like to describe what Seth actually used the spyglass for?
Slightly cloudy, chains of dragons, lots of boats. I looked out at Zinnikir Pass. We're still I think half a day's journey or something like that from the pass proper. We had only traveled for a day or something like that, and so we're still not quite close to our destination. I'm like, all right, cool, let's just scout ahead from here. And yeah, I see a bunch of boats. I think it was 3 to 5 boats incoming from the sea towards landfall, and then several other boats already the pass who had already made it more or less. And just the sheer quantity of them, and they're decently sized boats. I think we did the math on it, and I think we figured that each boat was maybe you could have 100 troops on it, and so we saw upwards of 5 boats, and we're we need to go. So yeah, we
tons of units already at the pier.
Yeah, we sort of put one and two together, and we're like, all right, we going there and physically seeing them isn't going to do anything but maybe get ourselves killed, because we've already confirmed how many there are, more or less, and that they have already made landfall. So wasting our time and traveling there is not worth it, and we just need to double back as fast as we can and tell Remington. Which I think we had been sort of discussing that before I used the spyglass, and then what sealed the deal, because I think there were 2 guards left. One of them I unfortunately perished in the Onkeg attack, I believe, and the 2 that were left, they were sort of 2 minds about it, where one of them wanted to continue to go towards the pass and get more information, and the other one was like, no, this is fine, we already sort of know that they're coming, we have some information, we can go back. And then after I observed the pass through the spyglass and relayed everything that I was seeing, everybody, including the one guard that was originally against it, was like, yeah, no, never mind, we need to just go now, we need to leave.
Yeah. Apparently there were some deep booming sounds in the distance as well that also convinced the guard that we gotta go back.
Yeah.
Which okay, honestly, what was that actually? Is that something that you can reveal, DM?
You won't know.
Never mind. Okay.
I assumed cannon fire.
Yeah,
Or, like-
I first thought it was cannon fire, but I was like, wait, what are they?
Like either cannon fire or some magical equivalent, but like something to that effect.
Okay. So yeah, that convinced everyone, nope, let's go home. Let's go back.
I think it was a
And-
firework.
Fireworks?
Yeah, they're setting off
They're
fireworks.
they're just
I
celebrating.
think it was a firework.
Ah, yes.
It was a family
They
get
were
together,
both-
actually.
They were both
Family get together.
Family reunion, whoa. But yeah, so...
It was a gender reveal party. Blows up Durstwood. It's a boy.
The mushroom cloud. Yeah, the mushroom cloud is blue.
Oh my
That's my
god.
skin peeling off.
They- Oh, I get it. It's twins. They had to burn down Durstwood and Roddenfar. It's a boy and a girl.
Oh no. Oh my god. So yeah, so the party decides to go back to Roddenfar, and they basically speed all the way until like midnight. It took them all the way until midnight to actually reach Roddenfar and stuff. So it's so late, so tired. We're just gonna retire at Steph's house again for the night. This time,
we do. I was say we do tell Remington, don't we?
No, we
or do
tell
we
the
not?
guards. We tell the guards
Oh,
to tell Remington.
that's right. Yeah, we're like, tell him everything that we saw. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, and then we split off and go back home. This was kind of funny to me because this was the moment where Seth finally claims his bed this time. He just like he either shoved Evetta off onto the floor, or he just like crawled up next to her and like just pushed her towards the wall or something like
No,
that.
I like to imagine that Seth, like, I mean, that it would probably be that one. He would definitely not like push Evetta off of it. But like in my mind, Seth just was at the bed first. Like he just like
Yeah.
just after like, you know, Evetta sleeping in it for like 3 weeks, he was just like, not today, and just like crawled into the bed in a ball and was just like put like a cursory pillow like at his back out of like courtesy. And
Yeah.
then passed the hell out.
Yeah, no, that makes sense honestly, because yeah, who knows? This might be the last time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm sleeping in my bed for the last time. Oh god, and it was too. Fuck. I didn't even think of that.
Wow.
In my mind, Steph was just doing it because he was so exhausted he wanted to sleep on like an actual mattress. But yeah, the idea that it's like, yeah, I'm gonna sleep in my bed one final time before he goes away forever. I didn't even think of that aspect. That's very funny.
Yeah. So yeah, that happened. Thankfully the night basically goes by pretty quiet. Evetta was the first one to wake up, but mostly because her mech was still active for some reason. She thought she turned it off, but nope, it started like walking around and started like poking her face as well. And you know, this was like Evetta's just she's wondering how in the world her little mech is awake at this time. And the spider goes up to the door, and it looks like it wants to go outside for some reason, kind of dog-like in a way, which was
Walkies?
interesting to Walkies, yeah. The little spider wanted to walk and stuff, and you know, Evetta's just like, well, you don't need to take a dump. What are you doing? You know, that sort of thing, and she finally buckles and opens up the door to let the mech out, and then.
I'm sorry, the concept of Evetta saying dump is so funny to me. It's just so incongruous with her personality.
Yeah.
You don't need to take a dump. It's just like, what did you say, Evetta?
Yeah. But yeah, it's when she's outside, she takes a look at the sky. It's I'm guessing it's still pretty dark out. Maybe you can see like a tiny bit of color because the sun might be coming up a little bit. Not enough though. But it was just enough for her to see like, 2, 5, 17 different floating things in the sky. and they look like they had, like thin lines just like flapping up and down, kind of implying that, oh, they're dragons. They probably sent their army over already. So upon seeing that, all these 17 dragons up in the sky for no good reason, Evetta just like rushes back inside and immediately tries to like push everyone awake and wake everyone up.
We didn't even barely make it out of Seph's house to go talk to Remington, and we found him in the streets, and he was like, we're evacuating. Let's all leave.
He was actually up at the bell tower. Because, we actually rushed to the guards' barracks to warn Remington, but he was already up at the bell tower ringing it.
Yeah.
To warn, so... Yeah, it was like very last minute, very urgent. We got to get out of there quick, now, and stuff. And yeah, everyone just saddled up and just decided to run. Seph was the one... Oh, wait. No, that was Meta. We were trying to discuss which direction to go. Couldn't go south. That was the water. Couldn't go east because that was where they were coming from, the dragons.
Yeah.
And couldn't go north because I think that it was already commandeered by the mountain riders or something like that.
Yeah, I think the idea was that if we go directly north, that would be towards Durstwood, and it's like we already know that they're there, basically.
Just a correction: the south was the ocean, and that's where the wyverns were coming from.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
East is where it was the direction you guys went in. Because west was where you came from, and then and Seth got it right. North would have been where Durstwood was.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it backwards. Okay, my bad. So we didn't really have any other options to go at the time, but eastward. So,
yeah, and we could have ostensibly gone northwest, and that would have been Carmeli, which was not what Seth wouldn't have volunteered that. Basically, it was well, Dayson's our only option.
Yeah, much to Evetta's dismay, but
Yeah.
Yeah, we all decided to run towards the east to get away from the eventual bombardment from these dragons. Because as we're running away, you can actually, if you turn around, you could actually see flashes of light just happening in the distance. And it was assumed that the dragons were probably attacking and burning down Hradenfar. So that was pretty sad. We came across the Central River. I think it was called Central River. We came across it. We didn't exactly cross the river though, because I think we saw this giant creature in the river. We saw something.
I think.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I think it was just something.
Oh. Okay.
Wow.
If I recall, I think it was a giant crab, or maybe not. Or was it?
No, it was some sort of crustacean.
A crocodile. Oh.
Oh God.
Oh.
I probably need to listen to this part again, but it was something giant. Something was giant in the water, and we were debating on whether we should actually we should fight it or if we should just go northward and such. I think the general consensus was just to go northward because by this point it was midday when we reached that river.
I believe that's correct.
But we decided to go northward, basically follow the river, and eventually we actually do see some semblance of civilization in the form of an outer wall. And based on the colors of the wall and such and how it's positioned and stuff, Evetta recognizes that is Dayston, actually. Did Seth actually recognize that was Dayston?
I believe so. Because I believe, geographically, he knew where Dayston was, and, upon seeing it.
I imagine Seth, while he may not, know what it looked like, by, process of elimination in context, it was well, this has to be Dayston. What else is here?
Yeah, precisely.
Okay, that's fair. This part was a bit amusing. Seth pulls out his little spyglass, just basically to scout out ahead to see what was at the wall and such.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize this, but how Seth witnessed basically a guard punching down a normal civilian for not having the paperwork and stuff. And Evetta's just that's par for the course.
But it's just yep, that sounds about right. It's Seth's just police brutality. Cool. That, yeah.
Yeah.
That was like the first tip off to Seth that like, oh, we're in for a treat.
Yeah.
Going to Dayston.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But I can't remember if it was right after this point or like later on. But when did Seth actually shapeshift?
I think it was around this point because we scout out ahead, determine that it's Dayston, and I think I ask some leading questions where I'm like, if we need to get in, would now be a good time to like get stuff out of the way, blah blah blah. Just like again, being vague, but just trying to get like a feel of like, from this point, are we gonna start running into patrols? Like, are we gonna like trying to suss out like, is this the last opportunity I have to be able to do this and like comfortably? And I think Evetta more or less was like, yeah, we're gonna start like seeing guard patrols, blah blah blah. We're like, within a half day of the city at this point. And then I get to describe Seth's first shapeshift, which canonically, I guess now that I've determined this, involves him liquefying and breaking all of his bones if he has to change sizes.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting because everyone turned around. They weren't witnessing any of this, but it's just a bunch of like bone crunching noises and flesh just like moving around and sloshing around and stuff. And so
like realistically, it's not actually that loud. Like that is definitely me playing it up because I found it to be like amusing and fun. Like theoretically, like you could just do it. It's like, and you're just good and ready to go. But I like the idea that it's like, you don't actually know what Seth's doing, and he just says, "Hey, turn around," and then you just hear what sounds like a person being put into a wood chipper, and you're like, "Oh, that doesn't sound great."
Exactly. It's like,
that doesn't sound great.
Are you okay back there, Seth?
You just hear like oh my god, you ask if he's okay, and you hear he's like halfway between transformation, and you hear Seth's voice and Grant's voice simultaneously go, "Yeah, we're fine."
Yeah, never mind. Nope, bye-bye.
Just this like discordant monster voice. But then eventually Seth's like, all right, you're good to turn around, and they see little Grant standing there.
Complete with the voice too.
Yes.
And everyone's just
like,
what?
One of the things that Seth did before he like told them to turn around or whatever, because again, mostly the turning around was just to protect like their decency. I have this big idea that like changelings don't care. Like if they like, unless they need to be stealthy, when it comes to actually like changing and stuff, like they have completely different like body standards, and they're just like, I don't care, I'll change in front of you, but to protect your innocence, turn around. More or less.
Yeah, it's basically just like putting on a hat for them.
Yeah, more or less. But yeah, one of the things that Seth did is like he's like reaching into his pack, and he has like whatever like common clothes that Seth wears like over top his armor usually. He has them in different shapes and sizes for like various races that he can turn into. Because obviously, if I need to be a halfling, that's going to be a different size than human Seth. Or if I need to be like a dragonborn or something like that, like Seth would prepare various clothing, like just like regular commoner clothes, but just so that like he could comfortably fit in whatever persona he needs to be. And so he pulls out some like little halfling clothes, sets it aside. I just like that he's like, well, I got to be prepared for anything, so I've got 10 sets of clothes in my bag.
Which is great. I honestly enjoyed this segment. Like I said, I had no idea what shapeshifting is supposed to look like in a way, or how creative you can get with it. So the fact you described it in this way just makes it way more interesting than just,
Thanks. I'm glad it worked. That's kind of what I was going for. I'm glad it was enjoyable.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
It'd be like the Sailor Moon. You just do like a little dance real quick. You have like a whole sequence.
Oh yeah, you just twirl around, you just light up.
I like to imagine that like maybe like each persona has like a different like transformation sequence. And so when he needs to go back into his like a hoity-toity like Carmelli elf persona. Yeah, it's just a magical girl transformation sequence. as Seth quite literally becomes a magical girl.
Oh, that'd be perfect. Oh my god. But yeah,
just
so...
like the nude silhouette, just like the star pattern.
Light's just beaming everywhere. But yeah, so now Seth is apparently, he's turned into a little old man of sorts. Everyone's like
how's it going?
Super confused. Right? Where's my daughter? That kind of thing.
I'm looking for my kid. She looks like a bitch.
But yeah, so I don't think anyone like truly questioned what just happened. But I don't know if it's because of like the fact that Seth revealed he's a master in transmutation, so no one questioned it at the time.
Maybe, I don't.
So
I was a little. I will admit, after I like did that, and everybody was like, "All right, cool, let's go to Dason." I was like, "Really, guys? All right, fine, let's go."
No, yeah,
all right, cool.
Evetta was confused. Yeah, like again, I didn't assert my role play here. I don't feel bad about it.
No, it's fine. I just love I go through this like really beleaguered like explanation about like, damn, then all this stuff happens. And everybody was like, huh, that's different. All right, cool, Seth, let's go into Dayston. I'm like, all right, guys, let's go. I guess just another day with Seth.
Yeah, I think another issue was the fact that we were getting pretty close to cutoff time. So
yeah, no,
we needed to hurry our way out and everything. That was unfortunate, but at least we, went into a little bit more detail later on. But
yeah, no, I'm not actually complaining.
Ask what just happened? It's just like but couldn't really do that.
We have since this scene had plenty of time to go over it in detail and discuss it. I'm not actually complaining. I was just very amused by it. I was like, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, the fact that you just like changed a completely different person and everyone's just like, oh, all right.
Oh yeah, that would have helped at Lavellan Manor. All right.
Right. But yeah, so the team is steadily approaching Dayston because they still have at least a day away, and on the way, they actually spot a squadron of Dayston soldiers and such. In the middle of that squadron was an insignia that was kind of familiar-ish. I think, who was it? Was it a commander? I actually, don't remember this part very well. I should have written it down. But I think in the middle of the crowd was a soldier, a commander maybe, who bore the Scorch King Empire insignia. And he's just chilling. He's just walking along with the other Dayston Knights. Yep, he's just chilling, just vibing right there in the middle.
Vibing, man.
Like, Evetta doesn't know anything about this. This is the first time she's seen Scorch King with the Dayston Knights, so she's shocked. Like, what just happened? Like, why are they walking together? So she's a little worried about what had happened to her friends and family back in Dayston. And I don't know if she was the one who urged everyone to continue to Dayston and stuff. I don't know if this is also the point where we passed by this carriage who was leaving Dayston. Mm-hmm. There were some nobles on it who were like, oh, is that Grant? That sort of thing. Like, they were unexpectedly shocked to see him, but it wasn't a good kind of shocked either. It was more like, what are you doing here? Kind of thing. And with a bit of, some good perception checks and all that, we found out that, one of the nobles reveals that Grant was exiled a long time ago. So they didn't expect to see him again. And they also mentioned that someone by the name of Graham helped him not get executed for whatever crime that he did, which wasn't revealed at the time. No one knows what he did wrong. It's just that he was exiled. So now we know why those papers were old and why Grant is all the way out here looking like a hobo in Hrodenfar, of all places.
A hobo?
So that was very concerning. And, upon hearing that, Seth's anxiety spikes. Because,
it's like,
holy
cool.
crap.
I'm gonna get thrown in prison for wearing this dude's face.
Right? Yeah, that's a major concern. Oh dear. And
Step just turned into like the most wanted criminal. He's like, cool, great.
Yeah, it's like going back to
Great.
Carmelli, looking like Fultus. Like, hey guys, what's up?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, for all I know, that's what I could have been doing, essentially. Like,
Yeah. So that was a bit of a scare. I can't remember if Evetta did mention that Grant was probably one of the ones that was exiled a very, very long time ago because she heard of this sort of uprising in a way against a new law that had passed or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it could be. I want to say she might have mentioned it. And Grant was probably one of the ones who opposed the laws. So, yeah, so that's something that we have to worry about. Cool. And now at this point, we're still making our way to the gate and stuff. And
if I recall correctly, I think oh man, I really hope I don't misspeak on this, and I'm not like retconning events by accident or revealing things I didn't mean to reveal. But it's a law that you're aware of. It was the
Neo-Machiavian. That was brought up. Oh.
That was brought up. Oh, actually, Here, wait, hold on, keep going. Let me see if I can pull up my notes and see if I can get this right.
Okay. So, yeah, we're still making our way to the gates and everything. And, Evetta is really, she's familiar with the walls of Dason and its colors and everything. All those banners. No, wait, no. There were no banners outside, were there? I don't think there were. Never mind. Yeah, she's worried, but she's also like, she kind of mutters to herself that, I never think I'd ever return to Dayston, of all places. And, Steph picks up on that.
Oh, yeah.
Immediately catches and, puts two and two together like, oh, you come from Dayston, huh?
You don't just have a friend, don't you?
You don't just have a friend. Yeah. They finally reach the gate, and I'm still honestly surprised that when Grant presented the writ of passage, the guard still let us pass, but he was kind of confused at first because the paper doesn't make any mention of Grant having extra members with him. But thankfully, with Steph's charisma and such, Grant he explained that these people were hired bodyguards and that he needs them. So through that, the guard doesn't really want to make any or cause any more trouble because Grant did have this formal document, so he just lets him in.
Look, he's basically a rent-a-cop. Like, he's an underpaid, guards person for the outside of Dayston. He doesn't get paid enough for this. It's fine,
Probably.
Let him in.
Yeah, probably. That's probably what it was. But yeah, it was just the fact that you did have the paper that meant that you were important somehow. So yeah, didn't want to fight that. And they didn't make any mention of recognizing Evetta either. So right off the bat, Ivetta's probably not a wanted criminal. Maybe. Who knows? But,
more details to come.
More details to come, indeed. The team actually enters in through basically the slums of Dayston. It's called the Pits District. And, it's the poor thing. It's like the poorest district of Dayston. But, yeah. This is basically around the time where this session basically ended. Even though we did mention that Evetta sped through the streets to get to the Fellwater Tavern to see if she can locate Harvin and stuff. That's kind of, Harvin being there was retconned. We did make it to the tavern. But outside of that, that was basically it. And of course, at some point, Seth does turn to Evetta, just so that only she can hear it. But he does whisper, "Welcome home."
Yeah,
which catches Evetta off guard. Like, what do you... did I say something? Huh?
Huh?
Yeah, it's like, oh no, was my cover blown? Shoot, did I say something? Oh crap, that kind of thing. But, yeah. Oh, this was also when I think Seth asked Evetta how long he actually, needed this face of Grant's.
Yeah. Because again, Seth's still, this entire time, he's just thinking like, all right, cool, I got us in. The underpaid doormen are not going to bother us. But if we run into like any actual competent guards or like patrolmen or detectives or anybody, and like obviously at this point, I as the player, and especially Seth, don't know how serious things are inside Dayston. And so it's just like, yeah, I don't know how bad it's going to be, but I don't want to be walking around with an exile's face for any longer than I have to.
Yeah. Yeah,
and so,
that made a lot of sense.
As long as she thinks it's okay, like, you know, Grant's still in the back pocket. We can always bring Grant back out whenever we need to. But, yeah, I don't want to be him if I don't have to be him. And so, yeah, I think I like ask Evetta, I'm like, I need like a bathroom or someplace somewhere where I can change really fast.
Yeah.
I'll settle for an alleyway. I don't care. I just need to put my clothes on and shapeshift. I don't care.
Yeah. So yeah, that was basically episode 6. Possibly the longest episode we've had so far. And I don't think... Yeah, I think it was because we had the session on a Friday. So we were able to go as long as we did.
I think we went to like 1 in the morning or something like that. Like we went pretty late. It
was a lot of fun. But yeah, it was right before like the crazy stuff would start to happen.
Yeah.
So I am wondering though, you know, so this might actually have some spoilers for the next upcoming episodes, which I have not finished editing, which by the way, oh my god. Okay, so the biggest reason why I'm taking longer in editing is, well, not only that I'm doing other stuff at the same time, but I'm needing to edit out way more pauses than normal. There were a lot of pauses and a lot of ums and uhs throughout the entire session. So that was a little bit of a pain to clean up, but I think I finally got it, the most part.
And
I mean, I'm at fault for it too. But oh my god. Yeah, it was slight pain, but either way, I did want to ask about Zara's current opinion of Dayston's theocracy so far. The fact that, you know, she's witnessed some of the stuff that I feel might go against what she believes in, maybe?
Yeah. I've had to do some thinking of, like, just how Zara is feeling internally. And wow, I could make her a poo-poo head. Or
yeah, man.
I don't know if I should curse or not. But I was like, I could make her a bitch, or I could make her a nice little lad.
Lad? Wow.
Lad.
With the exploration for her.
Nice little lass. I don't know. I have to. I feel like there were parts of her character that I like thought was there, but if I stuck to it, I wouldn't like her. So,
do you mean like if you changed her, you wouldn't like it?
Like
or
if I kept with how I originally thought.
Oh.
Her like.
Hey man.
She would react. I would not like.
You can always make a new character. I'm not insinuating that like you have to drop Zara or that
just
Zara
dies.
isn't allowed to change. But like if you don't think Zara, like if you don't think that her character would change, like this isn't really a big character development moment for her, but you're not enjoying playing her, like you can always make a new character.
I think there's so much character development that could happen. It's just I need to figure out how to do it right. Which kind of is hard because I'm a new player, and that's just...
Yeah, and I'm in the same boat. I'm a very new player as well. This is my very first campaign.
You know, what do you feel about that, Squid? I was gonna mention that it doesn't sit right with me that you're like, you want to do it right, because my immediate thought was like, there's no right way to do it.
I
do
fully
it.
agree with you. Yeah. So I think it's
so
like
does Queenie mean an in-universe kind of way, so that it's a seamless transition?
I guess. Just in a way that makes sense. And it doesn't seem like I'm just changing her for the point of changing her.
Yeah, no, I actually understand what Queenie is trying to do, because I'm actually the same way, where I want to maintain that immersion. I don't want to throw out things nilly-willy just to throw them out, because that's what I want to do. I mean, I know it's a game of improv, but I also want to accommodate everyone else's immersion with this world that Writer basically built for us and, provided a foundation for us. We can mold it however we want, but I still want it to make sense in the end, so that, some bit of history doesn't come up, or some reaction doesn't come up where it's like, it doesn't make sense why that even happened in the first place.
Yeah.
So to that end, I think, so sort of going along with what Writer said, just like the fact, like, yeah, there is no like right or wrong way to do it. I fully agree with that. Like, because the idea is like, I feel like it's totally appropriate for characters to grow and change, and for it to also make sense in the context of like, not only just because like essentially we're telling a story, and I think it's totally fine for characters to like, alter over time, whether or not it's abrupt or not, just because there's a couple of different angles that you can look at it from. Because one, I think the primary one is your new players, give yourself some slack. Also, immersion isn't the end all be all. Like, it's okay to retcon things and talk about it in a sort of meta perspective, like, especially when you're still new to the game, because like, I get what Amby's like, where Amby's coming from like I want to like make sure that everything like, flows and makes sense in the sense of the immersion. But at least as far as like from how I like approach these things, because it is such a fluid system, and because it is really just like, not that it's just because it's improv, but because it's just very much based on like the feeling that we as a group are like creating together. Like, it's okay for characters to like not change on a dime, but to evolve in the same way that like our backstories are like impermanent, and like, you sort of you can learn more about your character, both as like, who they are in like a backstory sense, like we did with like Evetta finding out her parents, or about Sev having, connections in Carmeli. Like, you can have things pop up about your character that you didn't know, both in their personality and in like their history. And I feel like you can still make it organic, because again, the way to think of it is like, in context of the game, like, our characters don't know each other very well, and like, we've only known Zara for at this point for like what, a week and a half maybe. Like,
yeah.
like, if we were looking at this from like a real life perspective, like, you wouldn't have Zara totally figured out by then. And so I think it lends itself really well to having sort of like, there is some like exploratory nature that like Quenie can have with Zara as a character to figure her out. And it's okay if things change over time, because that can be explained in game as like, yeah, Zara's like still trying to suss this group out. She's maybe showing different parts of herself, and like not fully being herself at times, because she doesn't know. She's not only in a completely new place, she's also surrounded by completely new people, completely new ideals, completely new like lifestyles. Like, she's been completely upended from her society, her family, her safety net, and her like actual like location, and transplanted to someplace completely different. And she's only been traveling with us more or less out of necessity, because like, we're the most competent people around, and she hasn't been killed yet, so she might as well just tag along with us. And in that context, I think it's perfectly reasonable to assume that somebody's personality would sort of come out slowly over time. Like, you don't need like both we as characters and you as the player don't need to fully understand the concept of who Zara is right off the bat, because we probably wouldn't know exactly who Zara is because she's still probably playing some things close to her chest. So it allows you to sort of like feel things out on your end while also like don't feel like you need to just immediately have her figured out because our characters aren't going to know all of this. There's no way we could possibly know all of this that quickly about her. So give yourself a break, I guess, is what I'm saying.
No, honestly,
I
all
think,
of that actually lines up with what I'm talking about, with how we would want to make it, have it make sense, so that the character evolves in like a way that we can all agree with, or would make sense in that world.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like I'm not opposed to changing my character. I'm not opposed to that because like I kept mentioning, this might be the moment where Evetta does go through an alignment shift because of all of the terrible things that have happened to her so far. So I'm all for evolving my character in a way that doesn't break immersion, that makes sense for me, because immersion's really important for me.
Oh, for sure.
Like, I didn't mean to say that, like, we don't want to change or anything.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's exactly what you were saying. I was just more trying to just like let Queenie know, like, it's okay if you don't have her figured out, and it's okay if she's still not figured out for like a little bit. Like, you can work with that. And I think Amby, you've actually done a really great job of something like similar, where it's like you made like a lot of comments early on about how like your role playing isn't exactly where you wanted it to be, and like you still wanted to try and like learn how to inject Evetta into scenes like a little bit better and like be a little more confident as a role player. And like you can sort of roll with that with Evetta though, because Evetta's not the most confident person. She is like a little bit meeker, and she is still trying to like figure stuff out, and she would rather kind of be like a background person. And so you can play to that strength, like you can tap into that like as a role player. And I think that's another great example of like using how like you're like using your skill set as a player to influence how the character is like actually like behaving. And I think Evetta is a really good example of that, and I think you have improved and you have done that well. And I think Queenie, like you're sort of in like the same space, and like just sort of play around with it, figure Zara out as you go, and don't feel pressured to like have it all completely figured out immediately.
I will say I feel like this might be more for me, and this might be more applied to world building, and it's definitely just hits because I feel like I've struggled with it, but I feel like it's a trap to try to make everything be immersive, in the sense that it makes you restrict yourself more than you think, and again, this might just be more of a world building thing, but like I don't know. It took like a lot of reading posts to learn to figure this out. But not everything has to make sense, especially people. Yeah. People do not always have to make sense. I mean, what makes us human, right? So. I mean, I get that, and you're not doing a bad job, like at all. Like, if what Evetta has gone through doesn't change her, she has some strong will. She has an iron, she has an iron will. Then she has got some terrible stuff.
Yeah. Well, and that's sort of the thing, right? Is like that's where you as the player determine what direction the character is going to end up, because you could go all right, no, like I'm going to, I now view the world in a much harsher light. Like I am now like, I'm going to be a much more cynical person. And I'm like, and you don't even need to be evil. You could just have like a paradigm shift. Like Evetta could just be like a much more like, you know what? Shit's not okay. And like the way that I like to think of it is like, Seth has already gone through that, basically. Like just to use Seth as an example, is like Seth's already undergone a shift and is in the middle of like trying to figure out where they go from here. And I think like from Evetta's perspective, Evetta's going through like that first shift now. It's like I can either continue to be myself, a little less naive and a little bit more understanding of the world, but more confident and like I need to tackle these problems and just like be a little bit more assertive. Or Evetta can flip the other way and just like completely fall in on herself and just be like even like, you know, just like double down on like the, yeah, you know what? I don't trust people. The world sucks. I'm afraid of everything. Like
Yeah.
you can like, and I think that's awesome because like that's where you as the character or as the player get to dictate like where the character goes. I also think it really works out for like the dynamic of the party too, to have like a couple of characters who are still trying to like figure, if not themselves out, but figure out like how they fit in the world. Like I think Evetta like more or less knows like where she wants to be in the world, right? Like she kind of just wants to do her own thing and be left alone and just like exist and vibe.
Yeah, exactly.
But she like doesn't have herself fully figured out. And then on like the opposite end of the spectrum, you've got like Zara, who like probably like understands herself, even if Quenie doesn't yet, and that's totally fine. But Zara probably does understand herself, but she doesn't know how she fits in the world yet. And like that's how you like this new, literally the new world.
Yeah.
Like, and that's why she's being sort of like conservative with how like, you know, she puts herself out there, why we're not seeing her full personality. So you have like, you know, I think both of you actually sort of represent like these two halves of like, you know, how your characters are figuring certain aspects of themselves out.
All right, so how do Seth and Dag represent? No.
Dag, I'm honestly not sure.
Gosh, Dag.
Seth is just very much like I said, Seth has already gone through, I think, the figuring out. Seth, I think, has figured out himself and figured out like his views on the world. And I think he's at that turning point where it's like, I need to figure out how to apply both of these two things together. I know I have my shit figured out. I have my opinions about how the world works figured out. Now I need to see how I apply these things together and how I assert myself in this space. And this is where like Seth is either like, all right, we're going to try and make the world a better place for people. And we're going to like, you know, do all we can to like, you know, fix the system and repair it and make everything better. And then the other side of that is, no, we're going to burn it all down. Like, we're starting from scratch. And if people need to die to get there, okay. Like, that's how we're going to do it. And yeah, that's the true, like, that's why I really like playing true neutral Seth and seeing like the good and the evil parts come out at various like points. And it's like, do I end up neutral good or do I end up neutral evil? How do I actually choose to solve these problems that I have? Because I know who I am. I know what the world is. I don't know how to apply myself to these issues. And we're figuring that out as we go. And right now we're doing okay, but if I go through some of the stuff Evetta's going through, and who knows?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like I can ultimately decide as the player which direction seems more interesting. It's not just like a full binary, because if Reiter just like, you know, if Reiter, like next session we find Cecilia's head on a pipe, like I can just decide. I'm just saying. Good game. Like, Seth could either take that to be like you can kind of spin that either way. Like, the most logical solution would be, okay, cool. I am now fully detaching myself from everything that I care about, and I'm burning everything around me to the ground to achieve the world that I want. We're going to call that the light Yagami route. And the other side of it would be is like, oh, that's one more innocent life lost. I'm never letting anybody ever be hurt like that again. And I'm going to do everything I can to be good. So even like the utmost, like even like the worst possible solution, I try to apply the thought, it's like the character can go either way, even if the worst possible outcome happens. It's not necessarily guaranteed that they end up a bad apple. I think it's everything that leads you up to that point that informs the decision at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so a lot of food for thought, especially for Quenie. No.
There is a lot of food for thought.
Yeah, so yeah, if Zara does experience some sort of like just a paradigm shift or just like some sort of change, yeah, feel free to voice that and like role play it out as we go.
Yeah. Also, like, don't don't be afraid to make mistakes, right? Like, I don't know. Again, we're just playing, like, we're literally playing make-believe with cubes. Like, just try stuff out, see if it works, and see what you enjoy doing. And, like, obviously try to make it make sense, you know, because, like, immersion is important to a point. But, like, you know, it's such a big sliding scale. And, like, just try stuff out and don't be afraid for it to not work. Just see what the outcomes are and, like, what you end up getting out of it, and if you like that or not, and then just sort of, like, build on that. Like, you know, I tried these things and I liked what happened with the character, and I tried these things and I didn't, so I'm going to incorporate these things and not do these things, and this is, you know, how I'm going to be going forward. But, like, the only way to figure that out is to try stuff, and you just have to, like, you know, give the character a chance to do all of these things.
And now would be the perfect time.
Yes, actually.
Stuff, because I'm a new DM, and I'm very lenient with my rulings and stuff. If you wait until I'm jaded.
Look, Ryder, if I'm not jaded yet, you can't be jaded anytime soon, bro. And I've been playing for a decade, so.
Yeah, I think my only other issue is the fact that I don't know what to try. I actually don't know what's available out there. But now, since I've been listening to Critical Role and stuff, it's kind of opened my eyes a bit to what is possible, what can happen. I know it's not going to... our sessions are not going to be of the same standards or up to that level. That's perfectly fine. That's not what I'm worried about.
You mean we're not going to all be as good as professional actors who've been doing that for 15 plus years? Wild!
What are we gonna get paid for this?
Right? Oh my gosh, I would love for that, but yeah, I'm just like, I'm trying to, like, make mental notes on how I myself can improve as both a D&D player and as a role player. So
it's actually a good point. Like, take notes on yourself. Like, you know, write down some, like, things that you want to try out, like, ideas that you have for your character. Think of ways to, like, put them in, and just, like, you know, literally note take yourself. Be like, yeah, I did these things, and, like, this is what I got out of it. And then sort of think on, like, yeah, what did I feel about these situations that happened because of the way that the character did a thing?
Yeah, so, okay, that does remind me. So, you know when Ryder retconned Harvin?
Yeah.
That made me mad. No joke, because, like, I had this whole plan on what I wanted Evetta to do, and then he was retconned. I'm like, oh shoot, now my plan's in shambles. What do we do now? Oh shoot.
I mean, we eventually got back there. It was just like a time of day thing, right? Like we
arrived. Yeah, that was it. It was a mess up on that.
It was just the time. Yeah, I messed up because I wanted to rush the story forward, and I could tell everyone just wanted to meet Harvin and get the over with, because we were having a long break coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I placed it there, but when I thought about it, I was like, oh, you guys didn't arrive in the evening though. It was, like, at the very latest, like, just late afternoon, like right on the cusp of you. And I was like, oh shoot, because I had Harvin planned out. I had, like, his I had his voice planned out. I had, like, what kind of guy he was kind of planned out, and I was like, oh, he's definitely like an evening drinker kind of guy.
Word.
So that's completely my bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of wish I had known that ahead of time so that I can reform my plans, because then I would go down a completely different path. Since Evetta would know, she would have known that Harvin's an evening drinker.
Yeah, like, what his plans are.
Yeah, we would basically go down. Like, we probably would have visited the Buyer's Promenade first instead of the tavern.
I maybe could have looked into the Grant stuff that I want to look into still. Like, yeah.
Oh yeah, that too. But yeah, it's fine.
I think it's also one of those things where it's like, Ryder, for you as the DM, like, obviously it was a little different where it's like, yeah, we had, like, the break coming up or whatever, but also, like, I don't know. I would much rather take our time and, like, as a group, like as characters as a group, figure out what we're doing and where we're going and like take our time and like work stuff like through than feel like we're being rushed. Like both as characters and as players, like I'm cool to just like, you know, take it easy, like go through stuff as we go through stuff and not feel like we don't have a time limit really. Like obviously, like, you know, if people aren't having fun, don't like overextend stuff, but like that's what talking to that's what talking to your DM is for. Like I don't know. I'm definitely of the mind where it's like I will not mince words. Like if I'm not having fun and I'm like I'm not enjoying like the direction the story is going or something like that, like Ryder, I will just message you because I don't care. Like I'm not gonna suffer through something and like be like, yeah, I haven't had fun for like the last 5 weeks and I've played too many shitty D&D campaigns to put myself through that. So it's like the kind of thing, it's like I would rather have fun and enjoy things as they come up without feeling like we need to burst through stuff. And if anything ever doesn't work or isn't enjoyable, like I'm enough of an adult that I will just tell you. I'll tell it to you. I'll tell it to you straight, but I will not be like rude about it. I'll just be like, hey man, just so you know, like, and it's one of those things where it's like, and hey, I haven't done that yet. I am having a great time. Let me just put that out there. And Amby knows this. I think I come across a lot harsher sounding than I actually am. Like I don't actually like have. I think I make really strong opinions, but I don't feel as strongly about them as they sound.
We're lucky that we're doing virtual D&D because Squid would just be beating us up right now. No.
What? I just heard my name and it's beating.
What? No.
Never mind.
Quenie's. There's other great Quenieism. Add it to the soundboard.
Oh man! Wow.
Sorry.
But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like communication is important, like with both the group and the DM, and like I don't know. Yeah. I want to be like we're all adults, but like that's actually factually not true. But that's the point.
Well, I mean, you know, honestly, I've been having a ton of fun with our D&D sessions. So I'm really enjoying it.
Like I said, tomorrow, like I would be perfectly happy if all I do is chime in as a player to make jokes for the first like hour and a half. Like I want to see Dag do a cool bar fight against an Azamar, and I want to see Zara find out what Seth meant when he said, I'm not going to tell you what I did, but you're welcome. I am perfectly happy to not roleplay for like the first 2 hours and just like watch that happen because I enjoy the group and I enjoy the story so far.
Yeah. I will say though, I have been kind of like using these D&D sessions to kind of get a little better with improv because I'm usually extremely bad with improv because I tend to like structure in whenever I do like role-playing sessions or just storytelling in general, whatever it is. I really enjoy structure. I like being kind of led around on where to go, where I should go, yada yada, all that. Of course, D&D kind of throws most of that out the window. So I'm using that opportunity to get better, to improve upon my improv skills so that, you know, it's not as awkward whenever I try to role play or whatever it is.
I definitely think that like what you're describing there, that's where having a like better conception of the character will help you. And again, this is your first campaign. This is your first real character. So like you're not being pressured to do that. But I'm just saying like in general, when you are like more comfortable with the system, when you're more comfortable with stuff, that's where having a more fully fleshed out character like makes the like improv and stuff way easier, because all you need to do at that point is once you have the character figured out, you just have to be like, oh, okay, cool, I have to react to these situations around me as this person now, and because I have a full idea of who this person is, now I know how to appropriately like respond to it. And obviously like we were talking about with like Quenie and Zara, like it's okay if you're not there yet. Again, first campaign, first character. But when you do work your way towards that, then like it becomes easier, and it just like it all sort of like slots into place afterwards.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I was actually waiting for a writer to like throw certain things at me, like some random NPC in Dayston being like, "Is that you?" And, you know, I would need to improv and respond in a way that I believe Evetta would respond.
I mean, was Evetta finding out her mom was cheating on her dad for who knows how long not enough of a curveball for you? Because don't tempt Ryder to do worse than that, dude. Jesus.
Yeah, that definitely was a massive curveball, which I liked. I liked that a lot, honestly.
You hear that, Ryder? She said, not good enough, try again.
Oh no. What have I done? But yeah, I was expecting things like that, like more things, like more benign stuff too, not just like soul-crushing drama and depression everywhere. But yeah, just something like, "Oh, I remember you from the university. How you been?" You know, that sort of thing. But yeah, you know, it's. But yeah, I'm still trying to figure out Evetta, and I want to say she is growing and changing as we go as well. So I'm going to try to make that a bit more obvious, be a little bit more assertive with my roleplay when I can figure out what the heck I want to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's totally fine though. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Have fun with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely I didn't know, going back to like character building, I will fully admit, I honestly didn't really want to play a charisma-based character. I didn't want to be the party face at first, but was like more than happy to do so. But that's only because that's my go-to. That's usually what I play. And so I was like, yeah, I'm kind of cool to do. Like, I was more than happy to do it, which is why I said from the get-go, everybody else tell me what you want to do and I will figure myself out to fit that, because I will do anything, because I do enjoy playing basically every archetype. But I'm actually really glad that I did end up playing like the face character, because one, I like Seth, he's sweet little weirdo, excited to see where he goes. And then two, knowing now like how nervous you guys like are, and like I like that I want to try and like give you guys time to figure your characters out, because I like all of them and I want to see where they go. And so if you need time to like get them to like a point where you feel that comfortable with them, I'm more than happy to like, you know, do what I can to take the pressure off of those characters by not making you be the ones that have to like respond to everything and like deal with like, you know, the bigger like the Wendell thing. Like just sort of like handling those like bigger things, like the bigger picture interactions, and then allowing you to have the more like personal interactions with your characters. Because like those, I don't like stepping on toes for those. I want to see the characters have their own personal interactions and do their own thing, because I think those are some of my favorite parts of D&D, is watching how individual characters handle their personal scenes. But for like the bigger scenes where you have to like have one person who's more or less like directing the flow of a conversation, I'm happy to take the onus off of you guys to feel like you have to fully be like in character for those to like handle navigating them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm honestly really glad you're here for this D&D campaign, because oh my god,
no one's ever said that to me before.
Really?
No, you know I had to flex, because like I chose a changeling, and then I like halfway through picking Seth as a changeling, I was like, damn, I really said let me play 6 people at once, huh? So let me get on the DM's level. I'm gonna just be as many people as I possibly can.
Let's just switch spots, Squid.
Oh, can you imagine? Ryder the DM just taking control of Seth for a bit, while Seth just breaks the fourth wall and takes control of the world.
Listen up, fuckers. I got a lot of things to say about a lot of you.
You just hear this booming voice in your head. Listen up. Why does this sound like Seth?
Whoa.
You know what, though? I'm still interested. Squid, that's your name.
Yeah.
I still want to be in one of your games.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, like, literally the only thing is just like so I actually had I had a buddy of mine take a look at my laptop, and he did like clean it up and fix it up a bit. So like it is running way smoother than it like has basically since I bought it. So I don't know if I could get Roll20 to work on it, but if I can. And I can get it to like get maps and stuff going, I wouldn't mind. Like, I would be happy to run a one shot for you guys or something like that, just to like,
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah. Also, because like I know being a DM for like extended periods of time is difficult, and like even just taking like like a 1 week break from like being one in charge.
No, I love DMing. It's just I just like to see other people DM.
For sure, for sure.
I like inspiration.
It's one of those things where like I could write something specifically for our group, or I have a bunch of like random one shots that I've written for like that I've run for like my other friends that I'd be happy to like bring any one of them back to like just see what you guys thought. Because I also, one of my favorite things is I like seeing how different groups do different, or like how different groups run the same like not campaign, but like the same one shot basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd be happy to do that one day. It's just if I could get my computer to work, I'd be more than happy to run something.
Yeah. Really looking forward to that. I wish I was a part of that horror D&D campaign. Darn it.
Yeah, man. Stop being allergic to cats. I don't know what to tell you. Fucking figure your shit out.
I just need to stop dying to cats. You're right.
Yeah. It's a skill issue. I get it, but...
All right. Oh yeah, it is quite late. Holy moly.
I'm sleepy. I have to put the dishes away. I didn't want to do that while I was on the call. I already cooked an entire meal while I was talking to you.
Could you imagine? Seth trying to talk to us while he's like cleaning the dishes.
Dude, I
just can't hear anything.
I felt so bad. I was so hungry though. I was like, I haven't eaten in 8 hours. I need to eat dinner.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It's okay. We didn't hear anything. So
you
did? Okay, good.
I had that hall meeting, or I had that floor meeting today at 6 p.m. right, that I had to briefly leave for, and my honest to God plan was to grab Bojangles at like 4:50 and then eat it during the recap. So that I can at least be here. But my friend was like, "Hey man, I'm going to Panda Express." I was like, "Bet, I'm just gonna go now."
There you go. It's funny.
Oh god, Panda Express, no.
I mean,
what you mean, Panda Express?
It's funny you mentioned during like your little when you had to take your little break, because that's when I was doing the bulk of the cooking. Because like it was just Amby and I shooting the shit for like 40 minutes. So yeah. I was cutting vegetables and like preparing chicken and stuff like during that entire time.
Oh man. Well, I don't feel too bad now that it took me 4 times as long as the time I had said.
Yeah. I just felt I felt awkward that like, because like I did all the prep work like while you were gone, and then you get back, and I'm like, oh fuck! I was hoping to get everything done before you got back, because then you get back and we start doing the recap again, and I'm like, they're gonna hear the sound of like me putting the chicken on the skillet, and it's gonna come over the fucking thing. It's gonna sound so lame. Just like, so yeah, Seth, what did you think when this happened? It's like frying a chicken thigh in the background. It was making like the noisiest fucking meal in the background. Like, god damn it.
Yeah.
I could have just made a salad.
Hey man, could you imagine if I came back during the prep though? Yeah, Seth, so what'd you think about this? Oh,
It's like chopping a tomato in the background.
Yeah. But yeah, it's all good, because yeah, we didn't hear any of that. I didn't hear any knives, no sizzling, no skillets, no. That's
honestly impressive, because I fried plantains. Like the fact that you didn't hear that is impressive. Yeah, no, I would full out. Like I made a whole ass meal. I was just like, all right.
Nice.
now I know what I can get away with.
Oh,
no.
Cook during the session.
Well, no, see, it's only because we got on at like 5, because like usually like I'll get off of work anywhere between like 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock, depending on vibes, and. So like I'll get off of work early, have some time to just like chill, and then I'll usually cook from like 5 o'clock to like 6:30, and I'll finish eating, and then I have enough time to clean, and then I just immediately hop into D&D, and it's great. And Abby's like, "Yeah, we're gonna do it at 5," and I'm like, "Okay, yeah, that's fine."
I'm so sorry.
No, it's cool. It usually that or like I'll have like leftovers or whatever, because it's the beginning of the week. I didn't have anything prepared. I'm like, I don't have anything to just like eat in the background.
Yeah. All good though.
No, that's still fun.
Yeah.
I still find it hilarious that someone's muted and Amby was like, "Yes, anyone has any thoughts?" And so I was like, "Oh yeah, so you know," Amby was like, "All right, so no one has any thoughts." Not, and so I was like, "Oh."
It's even worse than that, because I kept trying to say something, and then Amby kept talking, and I was like, "Damn, she's really speaking over me right now." And I'm still like I kept just like she would like pause for like just like a couple of seconds to catch her breath, and I would start to say something and she'd start speaking again. I was like, okay, yeah, she's finishing her thoughts, and we did that like 3 times, and I was like, damn, she just really just wants to like get this off her chest. Sure, go off, I guess. And then it's at that point that you said, okay, does anybody else have any thoughts? And in my head, I'm like, yeah, I've been trying to say it for like the last 5 minutes. Let me try again. And then I start talking, and then you're like, all right, I guess not. And I'm like, oh fuck, I'm muted. So really, I'm just a moron. Because I tried talking like 4 times before I realized that I was muted the whole time. And it took you addressing the entire group call for me to realize that I was muted.
This is such a funny coincidence. Because I'm just imagining from Squid's perspective.
Yeah, dude, I was like, damn. Like, by the end of it, I was genuinely like, holy shit, I've never seen him be this assertive before. But like, I cannot get a word in edgewise, which is usually not my use case.
Yeah, if I heard you, I would have stopped.
I was impressed. I was like, damn girl, yeah, tell me to shut up. This is what I want. I feel bad because I talk so much during the sessions. Like I never fucking shut up, and then we get into a table talk, and Amby's like, "No, shut up, Squid." I'm like, "All right, yeah, sure, go off, Queen. I don't care. I'll go back to chopping my vegetables. Fuck."
You chop that tomato.
Go back in the kitchen where you belong. I'm like, all right, shit, fuck. Yes, ma'am.
But all right. In any case, yeah, I should be going. This is the end of the table talk recap session of episodes
were you recording that whole
4, 3. Yes. I said 4, 3, 2. Oh my god.
Amby,
I'm
and
gonna
then
have to like cut that out.
Amby, tomorrow you've got another 3-hour plate.
Oh yeah.
I mean, a 3-hour video about to plop on your plate.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
This is a lot, definitely. I'll try to find some time. In any case, thank you all for joining me during this session. What was I gonna say?
I don't know, bro.
I lost my train of thought just looking at
Your
this
good night.
document that I wrote.
It's past your bedtime, dude.
It is. I'm I've actually been exhausted since 10. So
Same here. I'm not gonna lie.
well, in any case, yeah, we are all going to go to bed.
I'm delirious.
To sleep. Yeah, we're all delirious. But yeah, thank you very.
Okay.
That's me sleeping.
Yes. Thank you very much for joining me on this whole table talk. And we shall see you all next time.